What is going on YouTube? Another video coming at you from the Washington Command Post. This is my live stream for the schedule reaction. I'm trying to get this to post, and give me a thumbs up if you're seeing this. Alright, just trying to get the post. And post. I'll get started in just a second. I'm trying to just make sure it's going through properly. Okay. And for some reason my video is just not showing. Alright, so it looks like I got some people on the live stream. That's fantastic. For some reason I'm not playing on mine. I don't know why. I have like another device that I'm trying to watch. I'm trying to just keep track of it on. That's how I keep track of the comments. And it's not playing for some reason. But definitely shows that people are watching. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. Alright, what's up, Jay Martell? I see you on. I see you there. Alright, so before I get started, like I said, hit the notification bell. Get videos like this all the time. Subscribe to the channel. I'm hoping to get to like 1,000 before the season starts. That'd be a really good milestone for me. I will be doing my reaction to this schedule. And follow me on Twitter. You get notifications. I post on there as well. Actually, I have pretty good conversations going on there. I'm actually gonna start doing more polls and stuff. But like, who do you prefer on some things? I'll open up for questions near the end of this. If you have any questions, jot them down as we're doing this. Also, you can comment throughout the video as well. You're perfectly welcome to do that as well. So, I'm going to get about 2 more minutes, and then we're going to get started on the actual reactions to all this. So, I hope everyone likes my new hat. I had it after the draft, so it's a very nice hat. I like it. It's probably one of my favorite ones. I have this one, and I have 2 other ones right here. I'll just show them off while I'm waiting. This is my first Washington Commanders hat. It actually digs into my forehead. There's a spot on the inside. It's like sharp, and it makes a cut on my forehead. So I don't like to wear it as often. I have like a little pad I wear in there to prevent that. I still have my Washington football team hat. I only have one of those. I have 2 of those actually. I have a white one. It's really nice. Okay, that fell. I'm not gonna mess with it. I will show you this. I also have a Sean Taylor towel. I got one of those. Oh shoot, okay, that could have been bad. That was my soda, or that was my water. So yeah, I'm gonna get started here in just a minute or 2. Oh man, Jay Martell, excited to see you on here, and I've been waiting to hear this man's reaction about the schedule. Yeah, I've been holding it off. I was gonna do it yesterday. I did like a small video reacting to the James Bradbury stuff, which I will comment on if anyone wants to hear about it if you didn't watch my video. But I'm going to react to this schedule here in a little bit, here in just a couple minutes. So giving some people some more time to show up. Salute to the Commanders, that's what I say. So I don't know if anyone knows this about me. Recently I moved into a nice townhouse with me and my wife, my daughter, and I have a child on the way. A little bit of things about me, give you a little. What was your initial reaction about the week 14 bye? I'm going to get to that. I promise you, Jay. I'll answer that question. I have I'll answer that question. I will fill in some information about myself. I just got promoted to another store. I'm a manager with Xfinity, if you're curious what I do. And I'm actually a manager for a branded partner of Xfinity. And I just got promoted to like probably the busiest store in the state. So we're going to see how that goes. It's going to be fun. Always like a challenge. Yeah, I can't wait to do that. That's a little bit about me. I have a daughter on the way. Her name is going to be Jaden. My other daughter's name is Annabeth. She is an amazing kid. That kid can eat a lot, though. That kid could probably out-eat my wife. My wife is pregnant. My daughter can out-eat her. All right, so we're at 9:36. So I'm going to get started on this. So my initial reaction. Okay, I'll answer the question. Initial reaction of week 14 bye. I don't hate it. I don't like having an early bye because you could really use a bye later in the season. Like, where it falls is perfect. because the Week 14 bye is after a slew of games where we could win 3 in a row right before the bye, and then coming out of the bye we get a very good matchup. I think the New York Giants are a team that's going to be in shambles this year. I think they're one of the worst teams in the league this year. They may end up getting like the first overall pick and that's what they're going to do to replace Daniel Jones. They're not a good team, and so we're getting them right before the bye and then right after the bye. I think that's just I think it's just good for us in this regard. Now, what would I prefer? I'd prefer it like week 10 or 11. I think that's where you ideally have it. I think you want it honestly, you probably want it like 10 and push the Eagles game back and come off the bye playing the Eagles. That's probably where you would be perfect having it, and then you play out the rest of the season, and you really don't have a lot of tough teams after that. So that's my reaction to the initial reaction to seeing the week 14 bye. I wasn't mad about it. It's not the best, but if we'd had that week 14 bye last year, it probably would have been some detrimental because we were able to refocus and we won 4 games after our bye. So let's just say we're on like a 500. We're at 500 at that point, and we have the bye, and then we can rattle off 4 wins after this bye. That's going to put us in a good spot to make the playoffs. So our preseason schedule. I mean, it's preseason. I'm not really that concerned about it. Carolina is Carolina. I think we play them at our place. We play at Kansas City, and we play, I think we play at Baltimore, so that's not too much. Preseason doesn't matter, so I'll get into the real schedule. Jacksonville and the Lions, weeks 1 and 2, are fantastic to have. Playing them early gets us potentially 2 wins very early. I think we can handle both of them. I don't think either team is prepared to play. Now, I will give Lions credit. Lions credit last year were very competitive. They were competitive in a lot of games. They didn't win a lot of games, but they were very competitive. There's a couple games they had like 1 possession games. Consistently. People have like Goff as a bum. He's not. He's not a bad quarterback. So there's definitely worse things we can do, worse quarterbacks you can get than Goff. But I think the Lions and Jaguars are 2 teams that you can get wins on pretty early. I actually like having 2 divisional games early in the season. I think Eagles are getting getting jerked off by the media. Everyone's just loving the Eagles right now. Don't know why. Eagles won 9 games last year, and they barely won 9 games. Like they had to beat us on like with COVID protocols, and they barely beat that team. This will give you a hint on how good or bad that team is. That team, we beat the Buccaneers by like, I think it was 9 points to be exact, or 9 or 10 points or something like that. That Buccaneers team pecker smacked the Eagles. They didn't do anything until they took out starters. So I don't want to hear about how great the Eagles team is. We have nothing. Last year's Eagles team was a sneak attack. No one expected them to be good. They were better than people expected. Their offensive line was better than people expected. The run game was nice. But the team's not very. I don't think the team's as good as they think. I think in some spots they're pretty old. And for some reason everyone just looks at it. It's kind of like how we were last year. We were not a very good team. We didn't have a lot of wins. We were competitive. We fought. And that's what the Eagles were. And then we got a tougher schedule, and then look what happened. We didn't win as many. Well, I think we still could have won some games. I can go over that later. But there's a lot of things that we could have done in those games to be more competitive. And I think the Eagles are just this year's us, basically. They're getting all this accolades and all this praise from the media, and it's going to go to their heads, and they're not going to be able to live up to the hype, just like they always do. Eagles have kind of a history of that. So I think Eagles are a winnable game. I don't think Dallas is as good as people think they are. Dallas lost some pretty key players on the offensive line and defensive line. They lost their I won't say their best receiver, but a good receiver. They lost their good receiver, to say the least. To say the least, they definitely lost a good receiver. I'm sharing this on Twitter just to be safe. That way people can have access to it if they want. Live chat. I get on that live chat. So I don't think Dallas is as good as people think. I don't think Dak Prescott is as good as people think. Dak Prescott did not look great a lot of times last year. They looked good a couple weeks into the season. They did not look great after that. They're not going to be as good as people think. They got worse on the offensive line. They got worse on the defensive line. I think some parts of the team did do well, or they maintained. I think the receiving core got worse. You can say what you want. Amari Cooper's still a solid receiver in the NFL, and you don't have him anymore. He didn't pick anyone crazy up in free agency. So I don't think the Dallas Cowboys got significantly better. Both of those are winnable games. I think we'll split with these two. So we'll end up 3-1 out of the first 4 games. So the first 4 games will be 3-1. The next 4 games are some pretty, I don't want to say tough games, but they're definitely some challenging games. I think we're gonna play the Titans. The Titans, how to explain the Titans? I mean, they got rid of their best receiver. They did draft a pretty decent one, but apparently he's been having issues in training camp. And I just don't think the Titans are where it's at. I mean, you're the number 1. I think they're having some turmoil. They drafted a quarterback after the quarterback got the number 1 seed, and then he kind of caved in the playoffs. I'll give you that, but not the greatest. So I think Titans are definitely. Everyone looks at Derrick Henry like, oh, he's so good. I mean, force Ryan Tannehill to beat you. We'll know by then how good our run defense. I think our run defense is going to be better this year. So I think our pass defense will be better. I think both will be better this year than it was last year. This year we'll progress to the mean of how good our defense actually is. Chicago, I think Chicago's definitely going to be a winnable game. They don't have good players on their defense. They're not loading up the offense for Justin Fields. They're not providing him a lot of ways to be successful. They really are not. And I think Justin Fields could be a solid quarterback in this league, but they are not providing him with anything real significant to give him a chance to succeed. He's gonna be another quarterback where they're not gonna give him anything. They're gonna give him a bad coach. I think they even hired a defensive-minded coach, and I don't think that's gonna help him out very much. Green Bay, everyone says Green Bay. You look at Green Bay. Washington plays Green Bay pretty well. They don't consistently lose to Green Bay. We split with them consistently. We go back and forth with them. We're competitive against Green Bay. So I don't think Green Bay is unwinnable either. And I think the Colts, I think Washington, particularly Carson Wentz, is going to want something to prove. So I think coming out of this one, I think we're going to go 2-2 out of the second range of 4 games. So we're going to be 5-3 going into week 9. Week 9, we're going to play the Vikings, and I think we get that win. I think Kirk Cousins, it's a big game technically. It'll be pumped as a big game, pumped as a rivalry game, coming home party, whatever you want to call it. And I don't think he'll step up to it. The only thing that would help us out more is they made this a primetime game. Then I know for sure we'd win that game. But Kirk Cousins does have the capability within him to have big games when they don't matter, when they're hidden on a 1 o'clock, when there's like 5 other games at 1 o'clock and no one's watching. I think that's a winnable game. I really do. I think the Eagles at this point in the season on the next game are teetering. I think they're teetering, and they're starting to they're either Justin Fields is going to be great or he's going to be bad. And I think he's going to be going towards bad. I don't know if he progresses. I think them getting I just don't think he's going to be the answer for them that they want. And there's going to be a lot of media. And that media in Philadelphia can murder someone. They can just rip someone apart. Okay, I saw a stat today, and I didn't realize this until I saw it, and I wanted to double check for myself. The last year Carson Wentz was there in 12 games, they got sacked 50 times. Got sacked 50 times in 12 games. That's a lot of sacking going on. That's what, 4 a game? Almost like 4 point something a game. That's a lot of sacks to happen in a 12-game period. That's a lot. Granted, 8 of them were against Washington week 1 that year. But yeah, I mean, I just think the Eagles are going to regress back to what they were expected to be. I really do think that. I think they were sneak attack last year. Okay, so now here comes like a run where Washington can really get some wins. So if you want to be like impartial here, and just be good. So the first 4 weeks we're 3-1. We go 2-2 in the next one. So now we're 5-3. We're gonna go split between the Vikings and Eagles. So now we're 6-4. And I think we rattle off 4 straight wins after that. So this is where I think Washington's their ceiling's like 10 games. Because I think they're good enough to split some of these games where people will the media, the national media will probably write us off. I think Washington's good enough to to split some of these games and go and win some, and get to 6-4 by week 11, and then they're going to rattle off 4 straight. They're going to beat the Texans. They're going to beat the Falcons. They're going to beat the New York Giants. We're going to go into our bye week on a 3 maybe 4 game winning streak, and we're going to come out of the bye week. We're going to be 10-4 at that point. 10 and hold on, I got to count that again. Yeah, 10-4, right? We have 3 games left. No, 9-4. 9-4 is what it is. I got to count that. 3-1. Okay, 2 wins, 2 losses. Okay, so that's 5-3. 1 win, 1 loss. So 3 straight. Yeah, 9-4. And then we come out of the bye week, and when we come out of the bye week, we're gonna beat the Giants again. So that's 10-4. And I think we win 2 out of the. I think we win at least 1 out of these last 3, and we'll get in the playoffs. But I think we're slated to win 2. I think if we beat the Dallas the first time, we'll lose to them this time. Or there might be actually great implications here, so I don't know about that. But I think we get to at least 10 wins, with the potential to win. As low as I think our floor is like 9. I think that's a solid floor is 9.5, honestly. And I think we're gonna get to 10 wins. I think 49ers. It depends on what 49ers are doing this year. If they start Justin Fields, we don't know how it's gonna go, because I don't personally think Trey Lance. I don't think Trey Lance is gonna be very good. I really don't. But it's a possibility that he could. They could be able to find. They could be sneak attack, and no one knows the offense. They don't have time to prepare. There's not enough game film to prepare for it. So 49ers can be tough, but we play 49ers pretty well. We honestly do. We have a pretty good track record of being competitive in games with them. Browns, I don't think Deshaun Watson is going to be playing this year, so I think Browns are definitely winnable. And Dallas is winnable. But what I honestly think in these last 3 games, we're going to be at 10-4, and we're going to probably lose 2 out of these last 3. I think we'll win. Like what we'll probably do is we'll probably win. Like the Browns game, we'll lose the 49er game, and we're already in the playoffs, and winning the game doesn't matter, so we might not even try against Dallas. Or it's us and Dallas are like having a similar record, and we need to win the division, so we'll play. So it's going to be one of those 2 things. But I think the ceiling for this season is like 9.5 games. I think Washington is going to have win at least. Well, I think they're going to win 10. I really do. I think they're going to win 10. In these spots where people are picking us to win, lose I guarantee between like weeks 3 and 8 that they have us winning or losing 5 of those games or something like that, or 4 of those games. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think Washington's too talented to lose that many games consistently. And I'll harken back to last year. Last year we won 7 games with the backup quarterback, and there's 4 games we were very close to winning that were winnable. I can argue 5, but 4 games for sure. Chargers, we lost by 4 points to the Chargers. Saints, was just a lot of bad things happened at once in that game. And then you look at Denver, and you look at the first Dallas game and the second Eagles game. Those are all winnable games. That's 5 games that, if we just split those 5, that's 2.5. It's 2.5 more wins. We get the 9.5 wins, we probably would have made the playoffs, or maybe even 10 wins. We made the playoffs, and Eagles wouldn't have made the playoffs. Eagles backed in the playoffs. People don't understand that. They had 9 wins, and they weren't very good. So that's why my prediction for Washington. I think Washington, out of this schedule, I mean, if we had Carson Wentz, we throw him in the last year's schedule, we probably win about 9 or 10 games. He's the difference of at least 2 games, but that's being conservative. If you're being like liberal with it, very liberal with like what you think Carson Wentz could do, Carson Wentz is good enough to win a couple more games, a couple more than just 2 games. And I know a lot of people don't exactly like him that much. I'm expanding this just a little bit. There we go. I know a lot of people seem to not like Carson Wentz very much, but I think Carson Wentz is exactly what this team needed. They needed a big arm quarterback that has the ability to do a lot of things. And everyone, it's basically a response to the media. Everyone complained about Taylor Heinicke's arm, which I don't get. I think Taylor Heinicke did well enough based on what. I'm going to expand that just a little bit more too. Okay. And I'll just expand that right there. Perfect. So based on, I think Taylor Heineke did good enough based on the situation put in front of him. He used an offense that wasn't made for him. It was not made for him. So if you have any comments about the schedule, please put them in the comment section down below, and I'll be more than happy to answer them. But I think this is I think there's some downsides to the schedule. I'm trying to adjust this. Some, I wouldn't say big downsides, but definitely some downsides to this schedule. Okay, I do think there is some downsides to the schedule. We don't have back-to-back home games till week 17 and 18. We have back-to-back away games, the Eagles and Texans. So I just don't. There's some downsides to it. And I think someone did a stat, Marcellus Wiley or Warren Sapp, one of those two, did a breakdown of who plays the most opponents with at least 10 days of rest, and Washington plays 5 or 6 this year with teams that have 10 days of rest. So is it not fair? In some ways, yes, but I ain't going to complain about it. It's not something we can really do about it. You just got to play the games. Play the games ahead of you. That's really what you can do. Yeah. So comment down below. I'm gonna go and talk about the James Bradberry thing. I'll reiterate a video I posted yesterday. So the James Bradberry thing. I don't get why everyone was so upset about that. I don't get it. I don't understand. James Bradberry. Would he have probably been a little bit helpful to our team? Yes, he would have. Here's the problem with James Bradberry. One, we already have $25 million, 24.92 or something like that, 927 million tied up in 2 players already, Kendall Fuller and William Jackson III. If we're going to invest another $10 million in another corner, that doesn't make sense. Okay, there's other positions that we need. I mean, linebacker would be one. If you spent that money on Tyrann Mathieu, that would make sense, because we don't have a bona fide safety right now, unless you're counting the guy we just drafted, which I'm okay with that. Butler, I think it's his name, Butler. Which don't hate that option. I think apparently he's very good and exactly what they want out of that position. He plays it like better than anyone else in the draft. One of the best safeties in the draft, apparently. So maybe that's what Washington's planning. I don't know what Ron's planning, but I just know this: they already have they probably have about $30 million tied up in position already. $25 million amongst those two, and then you have Benjamin St-Juste. You have a couple others on the roster too. I think like Troy Apke, Danny Johnson, so on and so forth. You're probably looking at about $30 million tied up. So you want to spend another $10 million? He got paid $10 million by the Eagles. Oh, I'm gonna take a drink of my drink real quick. I'm reading your comment, Jay. It doesn't make sense that. I mean, it's happened before. It's happened before. It's not happened before in the sense that we had play a team, bye week, play a team. It's play a team, play another team, play the same team. So we've had that before. That's happened to us before. I think it happened to us this year with the Eagles. Or the Cowboys, one of those two. We played a team, played another team, played that team again. So it's not uncommon. I've seen it before. And yeah, I don't know if Bradberry wouldn't have came here. I mean, it's a scheme he was drafted into and he was drafted for, and it got him paid. Okay, the scheme that Ron had in Carolina got him paid. So I don't know if he would I think it would have been a good fit. Like I said, I don't think the money was right. And we only have $7 million in cap space now, but that's not counting Landon Collins getting cut. Landon Collins getting cut. But I don't think it makes sense to allocate so much money into that position, considering you can't have all three of them on the field at the same time. I mean, you can. It's just you're not going to have other things. Your run defense is going to take a hit if you're having playing 3 corners all the time. They've invested more into playing more safeties than they are corners. So spending that money on a safety would have made more sense, or on another linebacker would have made more sense. But everyone was so upset, really upset that they didn't get James Bradberry. Listen, we already have $30 million invested. What do you want? You want to invest $40 million into the corner position? I don't understand that. Spend more money on offensive linemen if you want to get a higher tiered offensive lineman. And it's not like Bradbury was extremely good. I mean, he was okay, but he wasn't like, he's not like game busting. It's not like you're signing Darrelle Revis. Right? It's not like you're doing that. You're signing a guy who is about as good as the other two we have. I'll give him that, but he's not like head and shoulders better. I just don't see personally that it was that big of a jump in talent. We had better things we needed. And there's people out there who say their argument to this is, well, we had the worst pass defense in the league last year. No, we gave the most passing touchdowns. There's a complete difference. Okay? We gave up the most passing touchdowns last year because we had no pass rush. We only had 38 sacks last year. That's a little over 2 sacks a game. That's not very good. Okay, I just gave a stat that Carson Wentz got sacked 50 times in 12 games a couple years ago. We got 38 sacks in 17 games last year. And apparently the problem is our secondary is the issue? No. I'm sorry. When you're playing a zone defense, this is the thing about zone defense. Zone defenses force the offense to wait for plays to develop. Because there are holes in the defense, but you have to let a play progress, and you have to let a play develop. And that gives the defensive line time to get to the quarterback, rattle the quarterback, sack the quarterback, whatever you want to call it. And we were not getting pressure. So teams were picking us apart. And that's how we end up giving up a lot of touchdowns. It doesn't matter who you have. You can have Deion Sanders on one side of the ball and Darrelle Revis on the other. You cannot cover forever. Okay? You cannot cover forever. And when you weren't playing discipline last year, I won't get into that unless someone really wants to hear it again. When you're not playing discipline, you're not playing lane discipline, you're going to give up passes because quarterbacks can scramble, quarterbacks can roll out, quarterbacks can do a lot of things that would extend plays and give him better angles and make easier throws that would have been covered if he was in the pocket. So, yeah, the Bradbury thing, I understand why Washington go for it. I don't get why people were upset about it. I would love to hear a good argument as to why we needed to get him. I've explained why I don't think we should have got him anyway. I wouldn't have been mad if we signed him, but I get that we're not going to spend $40 million on corners. It's not going to happen. Okay, and he signed a 1-year deal, so it's a 1-year rental for a player that's not long term. So you've been out of corner next year. Develop someone you have now. It just makes more sense. Spend that money elsewhere. Anyway, so that's my take on the whole Bradbury thing. And while I'm waiting for there are more needs than a cornerback, much like a wide receiver, or offensive lineman, or another position. Yeah, Jay, I completely agree with you. There are much bigger, much better needs than cornerback. I think cornerback position is one. I said this in my video about the draft preview, and I think I might have said it in the draft reaction video. Ron is stubborn, and he's actually pretty. First off, Ron knows how to draft corners. He's drafted very good corners consistently, and made them very successful in the NFL. He knows corners. He knows secondary. Okay, it's what he does. He's very good at it. He knows more about. He's forgotten more about football than we'll all ever know. And I think Ron is also very stubborn. He's going to make his picks work to a degree. There's a reason why Matt Ioannidis is gone. Tim Settle's gone. Okay, guys that he did not pick, he did not draft, are guys that are not getting re-signed because they weren't his type of player. Okay, now some guys that we've drafted, John Allen, Chase Young, I hope Terry McLaurin, those are his type of players, and those are the guys that he wants on his football team. So I think that's a factor. I think it's a factor in all of this. So I don't think he wasn't gonna go out of his way to sign someone when he's got guys he's already signed that he's already like put his name out there. Like, yeah, I'm signing this guy because I want him on my team, and then he signs someone else and say, yeah, I was wrong. But he's not like that. He's too stubborn. So that could be a bad thing, but I think it's a good thing because it's going to give guys time to develop and prove themselves. So that could be a bad thing, could be a good thing, but I don't think James Bradbury is that drastically better than anyone else and the other two corners on our team right now are making more than $10 million. All right, throw some questions out there. I'm going to go ahead and talk about Carson Wentz. So this is also in my video I posted a couple days ago. I think the Carson Wentz hatred or vitriol, like that, not from our fans, so to speak, but man, the Colts just won't stop talking about him, will they? The Colts really just won't stop talking about Carson Wentz. They have some weird obsession, some weird, internal desire to make sure that they reassure everyone that they made the right decision getting rid of him. I think what it is, they're having some second thoughts. I really think they do, because they keep talking about it. They don't need to keep talking about it. Move on. You got another quarterback. You've gotten 2 draft picks for him. Move on. We're not still talking. Our franchise isn't still talking about Kirk Cousins. Okay, we weren't talking about him the year after he left. Some fans were. I wasn't. But this is the way it is, I think people feel or act or think in some way, shape, or form that the Colts are some great franchise for some reason. What have the Colts really accomplished? I mean, they do have a Super Bowl with Peyton Manning. They had Peyton Manning for years. Didn't give him enough help to get to more, or they got to 2 Super Bowls with Peyton Manning. Won 1. Okay, lost 1. Okay, what did they do before that? I think the last time they went to Super Bowl was the Ice Bowl? I think. So they're not like this great franchise that's won all these Super Bowls and is this great, grandiose franchise of football. They're not. And Jim Irsay's not a great owner. Okay, he's had his own issues in the past, and they're acting like they're the standard, and there wasn't any help or participate. He didn't in any way, shape, or form help this team, which is just BS. It's complete BS. The way they're just talking about they're trying to reassure everyone that they made the right decision moving on from Carson Wentz. Okay, yeah, if that's the case, just move on from him and shut up. Okay, you're the franchise. Here's my opinion on the franchise. Because of your inability to sign or draft or whatever offensive line and offensive weapons, you forced Andrew Luck to retire early because he was tired of getting injured. He was tired of getting hit. He got sacked 100 times in his first 3 years, over 100 times in his first 3 years. So he was not being protected at all. And somehow you're the gold standard for franchises? Let's see how much Carson Wentz is more mobile than Matt Ryan. We're going to see exactly how much that guy gets hit. We really are. So I'm really curious to see that. But yeah, this wasn't going to be a very long live stream. Doesn't look like there's a lot of people on, to be honest. I did kind of throw this together. Irsay still is to blame, so just stop talking about him, plain and simple. I agree with you. Yeah, Irsay. I think Irsay's an idiot. I think he's no better. He's no better. I honestly think that he is no better than Daniel Snyder. No better. The only difference is he got two good quarterbacks that masked his inability to really run a franchise, and I will stand by that. Peyton Manning was a very good quarterback, and Jim Irsay was lucky to get him because he saved their franchise. There's a great video, and I don't know where to find it. I know it's on YouTube somewhere, where I think it's not Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper Jr. is talking on draft day, and the Colts take somebody. And someone said something about Mel Kiper, and it's Mel Kiper's there's a reason your crappy franchise is drafting in the top 5 every year. There's a reason for that, because you guys stink, and you guys consistently stink, and you always stink. And Jim Irsay is lucky enough to land Peyton Manning, who carried his franchise for years. They never put a great team around him consistently. Never put a defense around him. Just never. He should have won multiple Super Bowls. Anywhere else, he probably would have won multiple Super Bowls. Okay? That's just right now, if you look at it's similar to Green Bay. I think Green Bay is actually a very poorly run franchise. They had Aaron Rodgers and they had Brett Favre, and they've only been to 3 Super Bowls in that entire span. So something's not being run right when you have that good a quarterback play and you're only in 3 Super Bowls. There are teams that have way less, not even close to great quarterbacks, and they've made way more. They've done better and been more successful. And then the Colts lucked out again. They go 1 year without Peyton Manning, and then the very next year they get Andrew Luck, and they ruin Andrew Luck. Peyton Manning didn't get ruined, fortunately for him, but Andrew Luck got ruined. He got injured so much he retired because he was tired of getting injured because they would not protect him. They would not put a good offensive line around him. They didn't give him a solid enough running game. I don't think they gave him enough weapons either. T.Y. Hilton is a good player, but he wasn't he wasn't the only weapon that you can run an offense around. So Irsay's been masked by good quarterback play. He really has. I don't think he's been that great. That's just my personal opinion. You can agree with me if you want. You can disagree. I don't think Irsay is much better than Dan Snyder. He has a ring and Dan Snyder doesn't. That's really the only difference. But that's not because of him. That's because Peyton Manning is Peyton Manning. He probably would have had another Super Bowl, but he decided Peyton Manning wasn't it, and he moved on. So yeah. Let me think here. Yeah, I'm just gonna like move on from talking about the Colts and Irsay. It's just gonna make me mad. I used to listen to Pat McAfee all the time, but he doesn't talk about it with vitriol. He has a little bit of vitriol in his voice when he talks about Carson Wentz, but he's gonna realize that he's got blinders on. I like him a lot. I really like Pat McAfee a lot. He played for my alma mater in WVU, so I really like him a lot. He's actually from Pittsburgh, and that's where I live. So I like him a lot, but he has a lot of vitriol in his voice for Carson Wentz, and I think he's going to see very clearly. I think he's got some blinders on that this franchise is not as greatly run as you think. So we will see. We'll see going forward with that. So some news: Antonio Gandy Golden got moved to tight end. So that's exciting news, I guess. If it gets him an opportunity to get on the field. I always thought he was too slow to be a receiver anyway. He's big like a tight end. I thought would have been a better option at tight end wasn't Gandy Golden. I thought it would have been Kelvin Harmon. He lost a step after he injured his knee or towards ACL or whatever in preseason a couple years ago. He'd have been very helpful a couple years ago, by the way. He was good his rookie year. Hold on 1 second. He'd have been very helpful. Yeah. He'd have been very healthy, but I think he'd have been a better candidate to move to tight end. That's because he lost a step, but it was easier for him to bulk up. He's already a good blocker for a receiver. He's a very good blocker for a receiver, so I thought it'd been easier for him. But Gandy Golden moving to tight end, good for him. Good for him indeed. All right, so waiting on some questions here. And I put the picture of the helmet up. I really like the helmet, not gonna lie. The helmet is fantastic. I think it's that of the rebrand, that was the best part of the rebrand was the helmet. So if you were to be moved to tight end, would you either keep as much as Sammis Reyes was a nice story last year and a nice heartwarming piece, he's not going to make this team. I'm sorry. We had Logan Thomas injured last year, and we were at a point where they could not put Reyes on the field. They just couldn't do it. He didn't understand football. He's never watched football in his life. How do you live in America and you don't watch football? He played basketball here, I get that. But have you never played football or never watched football or understand any of the rules about football? You got to teach a grown man who probably doesn't speak the greatest English. I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he's a little bit better. But he's got to understand terminologies he's never understood before. It's like watch TV with a 5-year-old and try to explain the game of football. I'm not saying he's like dumb. I'm not saying that in any way. But you have to explain every single aspect of the game, like rules that any other player you have is going to know these rules, and they're going to have some terminology as a reference point when it comes to this. He doesn't have any reference point. So if I tell you, hey, in this play, you're what's called the Z, he's going to ask, what's the Z? Well, it's this role. Well, what does that role mean? I don't know what that means. And there's going to be a lot of those. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's gonna get rid of the game. Antonio Gandy Golden at least knows football. Antonio Gandy Golden, you tell him like, okay, you're at this spot and you need to go run an out route. You don't have to explain what an out route is. That's 5 steps, one jab in and go out. You don't have to explain that. You can say do an out route, and then you can correct more fundamental things to the thing like, hey, your footwork's better, catch the ball away from your body, things like that. Little things like that you can progress with Gandy Golden. You can progress with anyone else you have other than Samus Ray. And like I said, I have nothing against him. Samus Ray I hope he's a practice squad guy. I hope we keep him on our practice squad because it's a good story, and I would like to see him succeed. I just don't think that you have 100% issues with him not knowing even terminology, maybe even language barriers there. He's an athlete. I'm not going to deny he's probably a hell of an athlete. He's ripped. He's big. I think Fitzpatrick last year in an interview said, "Yeah, they don't make too many guys like that. He was big. And Fitzpatrick's a big dude, but this guy towered over him, and he's just massive. But if you don't know the game, you're taking the spot away from someone who's trained their whole life to play this game. And like I said, it was a good story. Just like Jared Patterson. I like Jared Patterson. Hopefully he can find a place on this team. But if he doesn't, I just don't know if he's going to be... They drafted the guy for a reason. They tried to give Patterson that role of the third down back, and he wasn't it last year. There's a reason why they drafted Brian Robinson. There's a complete reason why. They want a running back that can get the yards on third down. So right now, our tight end room, I think this is what our tight end room looks like. I think it's Logan Thomas, if he's ready for day one, great. If not, we have some guys we drafted. We also have Bates, which solid. He's been a solid tight end since he's been here. We have Cole Turner that we drafted. We have another guy, I cannot remember his name right now, but he was actually a quarterback in college. And during, I don't know if it was senior week, it was something specific where it was he played the tight end position. He played the tight end position for the first time. He was burning corners that had been playing corner all year. And he's actually a quarterback, and I don't remember where he played. I think he played somewhere small. I don't remember his name, though. It was undrafted. He was an undrafted player, so there may be nothing out of that. Question, do you think Sam Howell is in it? What do you think Sam Howell is his potential on this team? I think this is the perfect team for him. I think this is the perfect situation. If he'd been drafted anywhere else, he'd probably have to start right away. Or he'd be behind a quarterback where they'd be forced to start him right away. Or start him soon. Right now, if we started the season right now, Carson Wentz is starting. Sam Howell is not going to be put in anytime this year unless Carson Wentz is injured and Taylor Heineke's the starter cornerback, and then Howell's the third string, and he's then the backup, and then Taylor Heineke gets hurt. I think it's the best situation. I think his potential, he could be Drew Brees-esque. I think he's what Baker Mayfield was supposed to be. He's got a great arm. He's very talented. There's this huge stigma. Everyone builds these stigmas around quarterbacks in college. Okay, last year he was slated to be a top 5, if not the first overall player and first quarterback off the board last year. Why did that fall off? Well, his entire offense left. His best weapons, we drafted one of them. His running back, or both of his running backs, offensive lineman, his best receiving weapons. I don't think he returned. If I remember correctly, he didn't return any starters on offense other than him. And he still put up the same type of numbers. He still put up 30-plus touchdowns. He didn't have a lot of interceptions. That's passing the ball, and then he ran for some touchdowns to compensate for the lack of touchdowns he threw. Now, is he going to be able to run all the time on Washington? No, he won't. But he can run. He is good enough. He's better than. He might be better than Carson Wentz. We don't know yet. I think over time he could be better than Carson Wentz. He's what Baker Mayfield was supposed to be. And I think his potential. We drafted him. Where we drafted him, I wish we could have got a 5-year deal out of him. But where we drafted him, it's only a 4-year deal. So that part's unfortunate. I wish we could have got a 5-year deal. That way we have, I wouldn't say a cheap quarterback, but a very affordable quarterback. And if he is the guy, say next year we move on from Carson Wentz and he's the guy, we can really load up with talent. Okay, this question's a good one. Late to the chat, bro. What's your take on D Hall's comments on us never evolving? I heard the comments. I heard someone else commenting on them. I think they're true to an extent, but I don't think a lot of that. He's only been here 2 years. It's like if you made that comment about Jay Gruden at the end of his tenure, I could agree with you. I could agree 100% with you. Like, certain things didn't evolve and certain things didn't change. Okay? I think what has evolved is there is a better culture around the team. Okay, he did say he had to build a culture. That's why he was given a 5-year window to do this. I do think that there is some truth to what D. Hall said, but I don't think it's complete. I don't think it's complete there. Okay, you can't just go out and get a quarterback. It's not that simple. Washington has tried trading for a quarterback. They tried trading for Matt Stafford last year. They went for the guy that got a Super Bowl. They went for the guy that just got like a huge extension. They went for and he's getting paid $40 million a year now because of that. Because he got traded to a place where it was more advantageous for him, and he won a Super Bowl. Okay, they went for Russell Wilson, pretty much every year for the last few years has been an MVP candidate, and he's a Super Bowl champion. So you can't sit there and say that they don't evolve. I mean, there's some things that are out of his control. Ron cannot help the fact that the stigma of Washington was there when he signed with Washington. Okay? The Dan Snyder stink that is on this franchise is not something Ron can he can overcome it. I do think he's overcoming it. He did what he could to get a quarterback to overcome the problems that Washington's having. I think I really do think Ron is doing the best he can. I don't think he runs the team like this old school way. I really don't think that. I think he runs the team. I think he has like a lot of coaches and other things respect him in the league, but I don't think we run the team that way. If we ran the team that way, then we'd have got what I wanted last year, which was I thought Washington passed the ball way too much. And as much as I like Taylor Heinicke shouldn't have been throwing the ball more than 20 times a game, and we should have been running the ball way more. If he was old school, the way like a lot of people say he is, he'd have had his hand a lot more in the cookie jar when it came to the offensive play calling. Okay, Scott Turner threw the ball way too much for someone for a team that is supposed to be quote old school. Now I'll agree with you. I think Jack Del Rio needs to definitely evolve himself. I don't think Ron's a below average coach. I don't think that at all. I don't think that at all. I think a lot of coaches are not let's be honest here. A lot of coaches aren't above average. A lot. There's only a few coaches that end up being above average through their entire career. Let's just be honest with that. You have look in the league right now. You have Bill Belichick, Jim Harbaugh, and Andy Reid are three of the main coaches that are above average, or they're great coaches. Then you have above average coaches that are hovering right above. I would say Sean McVay would be up there as well, but a lot of coaches are average. I don't think he's below average. I really don't think that Ron Rivera is below average. In what world do people really think that? Here's why I'm saying that. You had a team last year that had a backup quarterback. You had an entire offseason slated to have an entire offense built around the skill sets of Ryan Fitzpatrick. Okay? And 6 plays into Ryan Fitzpatrick's 2021 campaign, you had to completely wipe the slate clean. It's all scrapped. And you had to throw in a backup quarterback that you did not anticipate playing. And he still won 7 games. And he had 5 more games where he could have won more. So I don't think a below-average coach takes a scenario like that and gets nothing out of it. The year before that, I don't think we were a great team the year before that, but we won the division. We won 7 games. Okay, we had a harder schedule, and with a lot of injuries, COVID stuff, a backup quarterback starting, we still won 7 games. I don't think that happens. If that had been under the Jay Gruden era, we wouldn't have won. Look what happened under Jay. Sorry, look what happened under the Jay Gruden era. We had any kind of adversity, and the team crumbled. Okay, we had Alex Smith. We were 6-3 going into the Houston game. We lost to Houston after Alex Smith broke his leg, and the wheels, literally the wheels fell off the whole train. A better coach would have been able to rally the team, would have put a strategy around the team that would have benefited and kept the games closer to give yourself a chance to win. But Jay Gruden wasn't as good a coach as other coaches are, so everything fell off. We won one more game after that. So I don't think for a second that When everything's going right, Jay Gruden was good. When everything went bad, it went really bad. And I don't think that's the case with Ron. That's why I don't think he's a below average coach. I think he's average to above average. I'm not gonna sit here and say he's a great coach. He's not he's not a top 5 coach by any stretch, but he's definitely not a bad. I mean, I don't have a very high opinion of Cam Newton, but he won a lot of games with Cam Newton, and Cam Newton consistently threw under 55% completion percentage. Okay, so I just don't personally see how you can say he's a below average coach when the success that he's had comes in droves where he doesn't have. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and bash Cam Newton, but I don't think Cam Newton's a great quarterback. He's not been consistently good. And I said in a podcast a long time ago, it's the with a friend of mine, it was called the PUI podcast Under the Influence, because we used to have a beer and talk about sports and movies. And I said on there, like, he will be as effective as he is. He'll be as effective as he'll be good until he can't run much anymore or he gets injured, and then the wheels will fall off. Completely fall off, and that's what happened with Cam Newton. And Ron consistently won with Cam Newton as a quarterback. I know a lot of people out there are going to think Cam Newton was a great quarterback. He was okay. Okay? He was an okay quarterback, and Ron Rivera won 15 games to 1 interception with him with a great defense that Ron Rivera built, his draft picks, his decision-making, so on and so forth. So I don't think Ron's a below average coach. I would love to hear a reasoning as to why they think it's a below average coach. I will agree to some extent on some things, but I don't think he's a below average coach. A below average coach doesn't lose all. That's like I don't like. I'm in Pittsburgh, so I hate everything Pittsburgh. So keep that in mind. But I don't like Mike Tomlin is the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think by any stretch that Mike Tomlin's a below average coach. Like he has like all these things go wrong, and he still doesn't get below 500 wins. Below 500 on the win column a year, even if he has like an injured quarterback, even if he has like all his weapons are done or injured or whatever or out, he still wins more than half of his games. Okay, now the Steelers probably have a different standard. That's why I don't think he'll be there much longer. To be honest, they have a standard for Super Bowls, and they haven't been in a Super Bowl in a long time with some pretty good talent. But still, a great coach, when things go wrong, still wins games. It still keeps the house together. Far too often with previous regimes, like for example Jay Gruden, if we were started the game bad, that game was bad, and it would continue until the end of the game. There's very few games where Washington would battle back and rally, and like Tampa, but Tampa was just worse run than we were at the time. Like the one where Kirk Cousins was like, you like that, and so on and so forth. Yeah, Cam was an MVP and Ron was coach of the year, and yet people were still calling him a below average coach. I disagree. I think they had some pretty good talent. I think you had Steve Smith Jr., you had solid running games, Delangelo Williams, and who was the other running back? Stewart. So you had solid running games. I think and like I said, Ron Rivera was coach of the year, I think twice I think he was coach of the year twice, and yet you can't use one MVP as a thing to say like, oh, his whole career was good because he had one MVP. Just like you can't say, unless I'm allowed to say, like, Ron Rivera was coach of the year twice, therefore he's a great coach. Doesn't work that way. I think he's above average coach. I don't think he's a great coach, but I think he's above average coach, and he's better than he's better than a lot of coaches out there. Let's just say that much. But if you look at Cam, I don't care if he played 1 year at Cam. I mean, I didn't know that honestly. I thought he played more than 1 year. Jay Martell, I think you're agreeing with me here. They were loaded. They had a lot of weapons across the board. You had a lot of good deep threats. You had a lot of those things. There's a reason why Cam had a lot of air yards. Okay, because he didn't dink and dunk. He had the bomb or bust. Is basically what it was. I'm not gonna sit here and argue about this. I don't think Cam Newton was a good quarterback. He had a solid running game behind him consistently, and him running the ball did help that running game, and it helped the passing game a little bit. But as a quarterback throwing the football, he wasn't very accurate. He didn't have a lot of passing yards, and I think he ran too much and put himself in bad. Where he was very beneficial was the goal line. That's where Cam Newton had very good value. Bill O'Brien, that's a great example, Jay. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and bash Cam Newton. I don't think he was a good quarterback. I think he had 1 or 2 very good years. But if you look at those years, you can also say that these things were also good on the team. The defenses were immaculate under Ron Rivera in Carolina. They were amazing under Ron Rivera in Carolina. And I'm not gonna. I don't want to argue. I'll be honest. Where's our linebackers? I don't get the question, Boski. I live in Carolina. I saw them a lot. I agree. I mean, we have to agree to disagree. I've seen a lot of them. I've seen a lot of Cam Newton. I've watched a lot of them, and he was great for fantasy. He had a couple good seasons, a couple okay seasons. The year he won MVP, like I can think of 3 quarterbacks that had better years statistically than him, but he was on the 15-1 team. I'm like I said, I don't want to argue. What do you mean by where's our linebackers? Like Ron hasn't developed them after Cole and Jam. Well, Cole was drafted before Ron got here. We've only really drafted 1 linebacker since Ron's been here, but there have been greater needs since Ron's been here. That's honestly what I think of that. Like I think Washington needs to sign. Like I think KJ Wright was one. I don't know if he got signed or not, but I think they need to. I thought they should have drafted maybe a linebacker this year in the later rounds, but they didn't. What's his name? Chad Muzma, whatever his name was, from Wyoming. I thought that would have been a great one in the draft. I don't like Bostic, so get rid of Bostic. Mayo actually was way better in Bostic, believe it or not. I think also, what's his name? Shoot. I can't think of his name right now. He's like a hybrid safety corner or linebacker. I can't think of his name right now. But where's our linebacker? I after Cole and Jamin, like I agree with you. We don't have great linebackers after Cole and Jamin. Chad Muma, that's his name, Chad Muma. Then signed another linebacker and who. Can we use Jamin Davis like Parsons? I don't think we're going to, because here's why we're not going to do that. If we use Jamin Davis like Parsons, we're taking reps away from someone else. So, for example, the Dallas Cowboys use Jamin Davis or Parsons in the defensive end role on the pass rush. Okay, so if we do that, we're taking Chase Young, who we drafted for his pass rushing, out of the game, and then we're putting him in Montez Sweat's role, taking him out of the game. So I don't think that. I think Jamin Davis, I think he just needs to play outside linebacker. I think is what he's good at. They wanted him to be this, what he's not. He's not the floor general, field general, whatever you want to call it. He doesn't call the plays. He doesn't tell everyone else where they need to go. That's just not his role. It's not what his game is. His game is he's a freak athlete. He can run sideline, and make tackles, but he's not the guy. He made some decent plays for what he can do. The problem was he was overdrafted. He should have been about maybe a late second, early third rounder, honestly. Talent-wise, if you just go based on athleticism, he was drafted exactly where he should have been. But that's putting Jamin Davis where Parsons plays with Dallas. Dallas did that because they don't have options. They don't have a lot of options at that point. So they can either put their thought process to put Parsons in coverage, okay, or, well, you know what, we're not getting any pass rush with everyone else. Let's try putting him in there. Or everyone else is they're good enough that Parsons may actually be able to get a really good one-on-one matchup. I think that's what their tactic is when they use him in the passing rush. I think they use him very well. I want to Washington draft Micah Parsons for a very good reason. He's a very good linebacker wherever he plays. He's just a good football player. I don't know if Jamin Davis is... See, Jamin Davis is almost small enough where he could play like the Landon Collins role. He almost is small enough. Like, what's the guy that came out a couple years ago? Isaiah Simmons. So Isaiah Simmons, he's kind of like Isaiah Simmons, where Isaiah Simmons is fast enough to play safety, but just big enough to be a linebacker. There's a guy on our team, I cannot think of his name right now. There's a guy on Washington that he is drafted, and he's like a hybrid safety linebacker. He plays a lot of special teams that I think is a better position. I think jamming on the field at the same time is fine. I just don't think it's going to be on the field at the same time. I think the way Dallas used him was defensive end. They played him at defensive end during certain scenarios. I don't disagree with you blitzing and stuff, but exactly the way Hudson. Thank you very much. I was trying to think of who the heck it was. Hudson is kind of a hybrid guy. I wish would bulk up a little bit because I think he has really good football instincts. The problem is he's not quite fast enough to be a good safety, but he's not big enough to be a linebacker. He's one of those tweeners that in a bad way, that he's not. If he was like a little bit too fast, Hudson's fine. It's just he doesn't fit anywhere perfectly. That's the problem with him. I think he could play a lot better. I think he could be, if you put him in the right position, he'd be a lot better. He could definitely play the Landon College role. Plus, I would believe that Jamin would be made for that. Yeah. I don't disagree about putting more guys on the field together. That's not much of a disagreement. I just don't think you can put them all on the defensive line. Hudson is trash. I don't think Hudson's trash. I think he's used trash. I think there's a difference. I think some players aren't put in the position, on special teams. He does great. This is like on. I just think he needs to be put in a better spot. That's all. I think he can be used differently, but again, it's a kind of we'll see kind of thing. Khalil Hudson. Yeah, I think you spelled Khalil wrong, David, but good enough. So Jamin Davis was used like trash. I don't think Jamin Davis was used like trash. I think what they expected. It's hard. That's a tricky question. It's a good question. It's a hard answer. So here's what I say. I don't think he was used poorly. I think he's just not built. I don't think his skill set fits what their needs were. So, for example, the middle linebacker to start the season was John Bostic. He was the floor general. He was the field general, whatever you want to call it. So they tried to plug him into John Bostic's role. So John Bostic's role was to be the field general, can't cover out of the backfield, all that stuff. Jamin Davis was known in college for, I wouldn't say shutting down, but going toe-to-toe with Kyle Pitts. Probably the most athletic tight end that we've seen come out of college in years. Okay? And instead of putting him in a role where he's guarding a guy or he's covering a guy that's, freak athlete coverage, we're putting him in a coordinating chess piece pointing role, which is not what he is. He's a freakish athlete, needs to go against other freakish athletes to prove he's a freak. He's the more freakish athlete, is what he needs to be. Some guys just have that in them, that they have to prove what they are. And Jamin Davis, there's times when Jamin Davis did well. I forget what game was it. We were playing Buffalo, I think. And it was a 4th and something, and he came out of nowhere, like busted ass speed, and just tackled the guy for short of the first down to get us a stop on 4th and whatever against one of the best teams in the league. And he had plays like that when he was just able to play instinctually. Middle like Parsons is not a middle. You move those guys around. I don't disagree with you. I just don't think the way he was used was good. I think he's an edge player. I think he's an edge. So if you think that he would work well in the rotation as defensive end, that's fine. But I think he's an outside linebacker. I think that's more or less what he is. Middle linebacker to me is a person that Khalil Hudson is one of my personal ideal middle linebacker. He can go sideline, make tackles, but he also communicates everything to everyone all at once. Jamin Davis can do the sideline tackling, but he's not the coordinator. And you can't coordinate from anywhere but the middle because you have to see what everything's going on in front of you. And you have to be able to communicate that with everyone fast and quick and diagnose it and let everyone know what's going on before everything happens. And I don't think Jamin Davis, I don't think he's incapable. I just don't think he was ready to do that as a rookie, if anything. So I don't think. Here's the thing about Ron's philosophy about Jamin Davis is a gap blitz guy and coverage guy. I would agree with that. Now here's the thing. Here's where I disagree with how Ron coaches. Ron wants position flexibility. I don't want a lot of position flexibility, me personally. And the reason why is I want you to be an expert at the position you're playing. I want you to be the best possible whatever you are. So if Jamin Davis is a blitz guy that covers very well, let him be the blitz guy that covers very well. Okay, don't have him on one play playing outside linebacker in coverage, playing zone. Then the next play playing man. Then the next play he's playing defensive end, and so on and so forth. Let him do what he's good at. Washington is having a very bad habit of taking guys that are good at something and not putting them in that position. I'll give an example. Washington signed last year William Jackson III. Hold on, I'm gonna take a drink. Washington signed William Jackson III, who was top 5 in man coverage, and then played him zone all year. Explain that one to me. You're not putting guys in positions to be successful, or you're having them split up their I won't say the mental capacity. That's the wrong way of putting it. Splitting up their attention on what they need to focus on to multiple things rather than be good at one. There's a reason why Bill Belichick is probably the best coach ever. And the reason why he is he doesn't take guys and have them split their focus up and like, hey, you're going to learn a new task today. You're going to learn a new skill today. No, you're going to do this skill, and I'm going to put you in a position to do this skill to the best of your ability. And that's what I want you for. I don't want you doing other dumb shit. Do the stuff that I asked you to do and do it the right way and the things that you're good at. And that's what makes a great coach. I think Ron does too much of this wanting, flexibility in like your abilities. I think some positions you need flexibility. Like offensive line, you should be able to play any position on the offensive line. If you're a guard, you should be able to play tackle. It's blocking. The only thing you're going to change is the angle in which you're catching a block. That's really the only thing that changes. Okay, and sometimes you got to pull. Okay, but other than that, the positional flex is too much. That is what makes me uneasy with Ron, the positional flex. I watched Panthers play a lot, and down here, he only had a few players like that. Yeah, I think you're... So, if I ever get back to where I'm from, I'm going to try to coach high school football. Where I'm from, they play Iron Man football. You play 11 guys both ways, and I don't think it's good. I think first, it stops other kids from playing because they never get playing time. And two, I think your starters need to be focused on one thing they're good at and one thing they're great at, and stick with that. Garrett, I'll answer that question just one moment. I'm answering Boski's question. It's a good question. And I think your backups, your subs should be position flexibility. Like the guys we get, the bargain guys we get, like after free agency, after the draft, that with a couple $1 million we have left over, those guys need position flex. Because those guys are going to do whatever they can to make the team. So that makes sense. But I don't want my starters, my guys that are going to be playing like 80 to 9% of the downs, having position flex. Like, do I want a receiver with the ability to play tight end? Not really. There's not really a lot of call for that. Okay? Offensive line? Probably. It's good to have backup offensive linemen, like a swing tackle can play either one, or a guard that can play either guard or center. That's why Wes Schweitzer is kind of valuable, because Wes Schweitzer can play either guard, and he can also play center. And if really needed to, we could probably put him at a tackle position. Okay, so that's 100% okay to have flex position in your backups, but not starters. Jamin Davis doesn't need to have positional flex if he's a starter. Now, if we drafted the guy for positional flexibility in the first round, then I'm having a problem with the way we're drafting guys. Now, I think Jamin Davis, his story isn't told yet. It's not finished. He's not a finished product. I think Ron's going to do a lot of work with him in this offseason. But I hope everyone understands that that's what I'm talking about when I have an issue with the positional flex thing. I want my starters being experts at that one thing that they're good at. Okay? When the season comes, let's be good at this. Okay? When the season comes, you're going to be good at that, Jamin Davis. Zone blitz gap, and you're going to cover guys. Because you're the most athletic linebacker we have, and you're going to cover guys, and you're going to take that person completely out of the game. That's your job. Jarrell Revis, when he played, guess what? He didn't have positional flex. You want to know why? He shut guys down. He had one job on the field. It was take a player and completely take him out of the game. Okay? Which game, Garrett, I'm answering your question now. Which game makes you worried the most? So, I don't know if I'm worried about it. Nothing on this schedule really speaks to me and says I'm worried. Like, I look at all these games, and every game is winnable. I don't see a team like, yeah, we're definitely not winning that game. I don't see that. I think the December 4th That's a tough one. Dallas maybe at the end of the season. That's probably a pretty good one. December 4th Giants game, or hell, any game between 11, 12, or 13, we could really rest on our laurels there. We can be coming, like I said, Garrett, I don't know if you caught the beginning of my video. I basically have us going into those final 3 games before our bye at week 11, 12, and 13. We're going to be 6-4 at that point, and we're going to be 9-4 coming out of our bye. Beating the Giants, getting 10 wins, and then we're going to win at least one of the last 3 games to get to 11 wins. That's how I have us picked. Who's the asshole on the team, dogs? I can't. What does that mean? Boski, I don't know what that means, buddy. Who's the... I don't know what that means. Anyway, so those 3 games, I think we could be coming into those games a little... Oh, who's the go-to guys? Who's the assholes on the team? Hold on one second. I need to answer Garrett's question real quick. So I think 11, 12, or 13, we could be resting our laurels, and those could be some trap games. I think those are the games that worry me the most. That's really the ones that worry me the most. I think maybe the Colt game. He's going to be going back to his he's going to be going back to Carson Wentz is going to be going back to his team he played last year with all the drama that's been coming around it. And I'd like to see Carson Wentz team go in there, but also could be a game where his demons come back, or we got some games against, we got some high stakes games this year. 2 Eagles games against like Carson Wentz's old team. Got the Colts game against Carson. First game of the season we play our old Brandon Sheriff. So we got some games this year, and we also have like the Vikings coming into town too. So we got some games. Shanahan used to be a coach here. So we got some games that have some stakes, but I'd say like I feel like as much as everyone wants to say like it's probably gonna be like the Colts or whatever, I feel like the 11, 12, and 13 there's some trap games in there, or maybe coming out of our bye it's a trap game as well. Who's the assholes on the team, dogs? Go-to guys. Elaborate on the question, please. Every good team has dogs, big time plays, but big time players. Gotcha. Okay. Who's my go-to? I mean, Terry McLaurin. Antonio Gibson. Those are my go-to guys. On defensively, I mean, his rookie year, Chase Young was an impact player, man. He had many impact plays, forced fumbles, sacks consistently. I think Cameron Curl takes another step this year. I think he played pretty good last year. He played great his rookie year. I think so. There's a couple. I think we have like 1 or 2 real standouts on our defense, and that's like Chase Young and Jonathan Allen. Then you have guys that are just pretty even keel for the most part. But I think those your playmakers are on offense. It's Terry McLaurin, and it might be if we are healthy this year, we could have a very scary offense. You got to think about this. We have Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, Jahan Dotson, what's his name, De'Ami Brown, and then when Cam Sims is your 5th best receiver, that's where Cam Sims needs to be. He's consistently having to play like the 2 or the 3. But when he's your 5th best receiver, and I wouldn't say he's 5th best, I actually think Dax Milne is better. I think Dax Milne could be what Humphreys was. I think he could be like a future Humphreys type player. But when those 2 guys are actually being your 5th and 6th receivers, you're having a better receiving core. But the problem is we got to be healthy. I can imagine what Washington could have been last year with Curtis Samuels on offense. I think that's part of why our offense wasn't great last year. But and you got to look at our tight ends are better too. So it seems we lacking from your choices. As go-to players, I think Terry McLaurin's a go-to player. The problem is he's a receiver. If let's say our go-to player was a quarterback, which maybe Carson Wentz is, I haven't seen him play under Washington or Scott Turner's offense, nothing like that. I think he's a go-to player. The problem is he's not in a position where he can facilitate, and it is a force multiplier to other players. So, for example, like a quarterback, you can make everyone around you better by, if you're a good passer, you open up the running game because people play back. Your play action's more weighted. things like that. So I just think that we have playmakers, but not in the positions that really are force multipliers for the rest of the team. Yeah, so I think that's where Washington's at with that. I think this is a make or break year for Jack Del Rio. Actually, you're good timing indeed, because I just saw that comment. Jack is on the hot seat to me. Honestly, I if we could fire Jack today and hire Rex Ryan, I'd love that. Problem is, I think Rex might be too much personality for Ron to deal with. I don't think he wants to, but I would fire Jack today and hire Rex Ryan. Rex Ryan has done way more than Jack has done with this defense, with way worse defenses, way less talent. There's a good defensive coordinator out there somewhere who is licking their lips and chops to be able to coach this defense. Jack has consistently, he's not a bad one. The problem with Jack is it takes him until midseason to realize stuff about his defense. Like, it took him till midseason last year to realize, hey, Landon Collins might do better in this linebacking role, guys. What do you guys think? Like, Ron's first year with Jack as a defensive coordinator, our defense didn't get it under its legs under it until midseason. Ron will not. Well, then Ron's going to cost himself his own job. This is my opinion on it. He may not fire Jack. Actually, I think Jack's hoping to get like another head coaching job. Honestly, I think that's what it is. I think he's just there until he gets another head coaching job. But if I were Jack Del Rio, if I was a coach, I would. If I was like a coordinator consistently, I don't know if I would keep jumping and trying at the head coaching job after a couple attempts. Be a coordinator. Coordinators are fine. Maybe to make decisions. I don't know. But I would fire Jack in a heartbeat if another coach was available that I liked. But I do think the defense is underachieved the last 2 years. Even the first year Jack was here, we had a highly rated defense. It wasn't as good as we'd hoped it'd be. It wasn't what we thought it would be. It took a couple weeks for it to get its feet under its legs under themselves and be better. So, and Ron may not fire Jack, and that may cost Ron his job. So, it's true. So we'll see. But eventually, someone's going to get scapegoated. And Ron, I don't know. I think Scott Turner's not very good. So, I think both coordinators have huge flaws in the way they coordinate. That's the best way to put it. I don't like Scott Turner at all. But I would fire Scott Turner before I fired Ron or Jack. I would fire. I know he got an extension. I don't like that extension. Too often than not, Scott Turner will call plays that completely kill momentum and kill drives because he's trying to look smarter than everyone else out there. That's just what he does. He does it consistently. We had like a 5-game stretch. We were running the ball a lot, and he still calls pass plays when it's not necessary. Taylor Heineke should never have been in a position where he was throwing more ball more than 20 to 25 times. And even in games we were winning, he's having him throw the ball 20 to 30 times a game, or 30 to 40 times a game. Scott Turner is definitely not my choice for offensive coordinator. Yeah, I agree with you, and I know he's Ron's guy. Everyone's Ron's guy. I mean, he hires everyone that ever coached underneath him or his friends, whatever. And it might cost him. It might cost him someday. But I don't like Scott Turner. Everyone says all this stuff where, like, oh, guys are running wide open. Our quarterback doesn't throw it. You have to scheme your offense to help benefit your quarterback. So, like people don't understand that Taylor Heineke wasn't running an offense tailored for Taylor Heineke. No pun intended. Okay? He was running the offense that was tailored for Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's why there was, like, barely any RPOs ever run. Never ran RPOs for Taylor Heineke. And this is where, like, I have an issue with Scott Turner. You predicate and scope your offense around the talent you have. You don't just make an offense and then walk into the room and like, okay, what kind of talent do we have in here? You don't do that. You look at the talent you have. You build everything around the offense. Around your skill set players. And the offense was not built, or whatever you want to call it, around Taylor Heineke. It wasn't built around his skill set. Let me rephrase that. It was built around Ryan Fitzpatrick's skill set, and they force-fed it to Ryan Fitzpatrick. What is Ryan Fitzpatrick known for? Boom or bust. Throw the ball deep. Chuck it deep. You know, it may be an interception, but also would be a big play and a big touchdown. Okay? That offense, that's the type of offense that Ryan Fitzpatrick runs. It's the type of offense he loves. It worked great with Bruce Arians, because Bruce Arians is, you got to risk it to get the biscuit. But if you look at Heineke's offense, not his game. As much as I love Taylor Heinicke, he doesn't have. I don't think he has a weak arm. He just doesn't have a lot of velocity on his throws. That's where his issues come in. I've seen him make some throws from the center of the field and hit a guy going an out route 15 yards deep. He's done that. The problem is he doesn't have a lot of velocity. He has to throw it and throw it before the guy even comes out of his break because he doesn't have velocity. These are Ron's guys. He's an average coach with a schematic mindset. Nothing innovative. I don't think he's an average coach. I think he's above average. I think his coordinators are. Someday he will learn that his coordinators need to be. He just needs to get different or better coordinators, whatever you want to call it. I guess I will argue this. I don't think Ron's a bad coach. I don't think Ron is an average coach. I think he's above average. Like on a scale of 1, what would be considered average? If you look at the bell curve and you're on, and the coach, like a 10 is like Bill Belichick is like a great coach. Okay, and I don't know what a 1 would be, but let's say the middle of that, he is like the middle. If like an average coach is like a 5, okay, like or whatever, he is like a 6.5. He's above that. He's above the average mark. Okay, and I've given examples. I think there's a reason for it. Ron is not a schematic mind. That's not Ron's game. Ron is completely different. Ron is innovative. The league is innovative. I don't disagree with you, but also as much as the league changes, it stays the same. Okay, what do you need to succeed in the NFL? A good defense wins you games. Good defense can win you championships. As much as offense, everyone thinks offense is now. I think offense gets you to the playoffs. But you still have to have a good defense to win games. You have to be able to stop the other team from scoring points. If you score 50 and the other team scores 51, you're not going to win games. You're not going to win championships. Or you're not going to get wins on the board. Okay? The league does innovate. And I think there are some innovative things that Washington has done and can do. I don't think Scott Turner is not innovative. That's like we'll go back to Scott Turner for a second. I don't think Scott Turner is not innovative. I think he's too innovative in some ways because he tries these fancy, stupid plays that just kill momentum. Like we'll have like a nice drive, or we'll drive like 60 yards, get in like not quite the red zone, but like on 20-yard line or 25-yard line or whatever, and he'll run some stupid double reverse or something where it's not a good time to do it. You have momentum, the defense is reeling, they're on their heels, and then you run some stupid play where now the defense is no longer reeling, they got all the momentum back, and you're playing behind the sticks again. So that is where I don't agree that we're not being innovative. What record do I think we're going to end up with at the end of this season? I think we're going to be either 10-7 or 11-6. Answer the question. Defense over the past plus years. What defense? We've drafted defense over the past plus years. I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to defense. I'm talking about Scott Turner, not Jack Del Rio. I was talking about Scott Turner there, not Jack Del Rio. Jack Del Rio, I don't think defense doesn't have much. You don't really innovate on defense. Defense is more reactionary to the innovation of the offense. I think the problem with their defense last year really was guys weren't disciplined. Chase Young and Montez Sweat were going so wide. I got a video and I'll share it to I'll share it to anyone who wants to see it. We drafted plenty of guys on defense, but the problem with our defense last year, we even signed some pretty good guys. The problem with our defense last year was pretty much two things. One, we didn't have good linebackers. Linebackers killed us. So even when we had good coverage downfield, they could dump it off to running backs, and running backs would get chunk yardage, or teams could attack our seams where our linebackers would cover. I'll give you a prime example. I was at this game. The Chargers game. It's like a 3rd and 25. And John Bostic blows a coverage on, I don't know who it was. It might have been a tight end, but it's his area, his coverage, just blown. Too slow to get there. And they convert a 3rd and 28 or something like that to move the sticks. And basically the end result of that drive was they end up holding on to the ball for the last 6 minutes of the game or something like that. But if we got the ball off the field there, we had to give Taylor Heinicke a chance to go down and maybe get a touchdown, maybe at least get some points, at least give us a chance. But we weren't given a chance because we couldn't get off the field. That has nothing to do with our first round picks. The first round, that was the one issue we're having, is the linebackers couldn't cover anyone. Teams could just dump off whenever we had good coverage downfield. So it looks like our pass defense is bad, but it's not. The second part that was bad about our defense is, and I'll link the video, I have a video showcasing this, is our defensive ends were going so wide that a lot of quarterbacks just step right up and go out because they were over pursuing and leaving these massive gaps for quarterback. It was especially showcased in 2 games. Okay? I think it was the 2 games I had in the video that I did about it. One was Buffalo. Jonathan Allen torched us. Okay? John Bostic is highly praised by Ron for being a field general and knowing the things that the coaches knows. He does not praise him because he's a great linebacker. He praises him for his mind. Let's be complete in that regard. He does not praise him because he's a great linebacker. He praises him because he knows the coverages and he communicates things very well. He's a coach on the field. John Bostic will be probably a very good linebacker coach someday. That's what Ron praises about him. Don't just say he gives praise. He gave Heinicke praise too. That doesn't mean he thinks Heinicke is the franchise quarterback. Okay? You can't say that Bostic is trash. I'm not arguing that Bostic's trash. Not trash. He's 100% trash. I've never liked Bostic. Okay? But he never said that he was a great linebacker. He said that he praised him because he was a good field general. This is what the praise was specifically. He didn't praise oh yeah, Bostic's a good linebacker. Glad to have him. He didn't say that. He said Bostic is a good field general and he gets everyone where they need to be pre-snap. And he communicates things very well pre-snap. That's where the praise came from. And that's what the praise was about. He didn't say that John Bostic was a great linebacker. Exactly. That's exactly my point. But he never said Heinicke was a franchise quarterback. Because there's no other options out there. You can't snap your fingers and a player come out there. I'm answering, if you're curious what I'm answering right now, Bostic said, Boski said, so why put these guys on the field? The reason why you put these guys on the field is because you saw what our defense looked like without a field general. There was confusion, and the guy we put out there, Jamin Davis, could not communicate those things. Now, what's the solution to that? I think middle of the season you started seeing the solution. David Mayo started playing more, and he actually was pretty good at running the John Bostic role, and he's a little bit better at coverage than John Bostic, but much better at the run stopping than John Bostic. And then you also saw a little bit more Landon Collins' role in the defense and getting people in the right place when he played the linebacker role. But you can't sit there and say, why put these guys on the field? Because if you don't put these guys on the field, then you're playing people that are worse than those guys. That's where we're at. Okay, there's only so many finite good linebackers in the league, and you got to play with what's available to you after the good linebackers are already bought up by everyone else or drafted by everyone else. You can't say well, just go get someone good. You can't do Bill Parcells is a great example of this when he coached the Cowboys. He kept dealing with the media talking crap about, I think it was Drew Bledsoe we had at the time. And Drew Bledsoe was way past his prime. This is after he played for the Patriots, and he played for the Patriots. Bill Belichick traded him to their rival, the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills cut him, maybe his contract ran out, I don't know. And then he got signed by the Dallas Cowboys. And Bill Parcells made a point saying, hey, you can't just go out and sign a franchise quarterback. It doesn't happen that way. There's not that many of them. That's why they're so few and far between. That's why a quarterback has such role. You can't just go out and say, oh, let me just grab this great linebacker over here that no one else has paid money to. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. That's why we draft guys. That's why you do those things. And that's why, a lot of people, including myself, I wasn't upset about Jamin Davis, but I was a little shocked because I was hearing that he was a mid to late second round pick. and we could have had other players like me, Usakuramoa would have been better, so on and so forth. But you're putting those guys on the field because there's something they're doing well. Remember, I said earlier, like, if there's something someone does well, have them do that. John Bostic, what does he do well? He's a good field general. Okay, he's actually not bad in the run game. He's actually good like run support, but he's not good at pass support. He can't cover it all. So it's not as easy as like, why have these guys on the field? Well, who else are you going to put out there? Someone already said that Cleet Hudson is trash, so you're supposed to put him on the field. You can't do that. If you don't think he's good, then you can't put him in place of Bostic. Okay, and Ron sees Bostic and other players a lot more than we do, so there's more things that he knows about the introverts of the game that we don't know. And I don't like Bostic. Do not get me wrong. I do not think Bostic is a good player. But if he is literally organizing the entire team and getting everyone to be before snap, there's a really good value in that, and I can see why Ron gave him praise for that. Apparently, it's not a skill that everyone can do. These are good questions, and I'm not getting riled up, I promise, but these are really good questions. But there's a reason why these guys are being played. It's not because they're in the league for a reason. If we didn't have them, someone else. I mean, Bostic was on the Steelers before he came to us. Steelers just didn't have the money to pay him, so we got the opposite for John Bostic. Good questions, guys. These are very good questions. Switching, my soda ran out. And to further your point, Boski, is I thought Washington should have drafted a linebacker this year, probably the second round. Maybe trade up and get Chad Muma. There's a rumor that we could have traded back whenever we got Josh Dotson. Jahan Dotson, I'm sorry, not Josh. I don't want to trigger anyone. I mean, you might be right, but no one wants to come here because there's a culture of a lot of bad things here. Like I said this a while ago. Maybe you weren't on the watching, but Ron has to overcome a lot of things. Any coach that comes here has to overcome a lot of things. When it comes to coaching here, you have to overcome the stink that is Dan Snyder. You have to overcome the off the field issues that is because of Dan Snyder. You have to overcome a lot of things that has happened because of Dan Snyder. So when you have all those things happening, so here's a great example. What if Deshaun Watson was available at quarterback, but he didn't want to come here because of Dan Snyder? Is that anything that Ron can really do about that? It's not. And so any coach we get has to overcome that. It looks like I have like a burn on my nose. I promise I don't think my nose is burned, is it? I might have to check that in the mirror. Kind of looks like my nose is burned, but I think it's just the angle of the light. But even if it is true that no one else wants to come, I mean, there's only enough finite positions in the NFL. It's not like you can have a team full of 100 really good players and all the other bad players are scattered out. No. You can only have so many good players. There's only so much cap space. It's a hard cap league. And I don't think we're getting players that no one wants. I mean, at some point, someone wanted them, or else they're not getting cut. I mean, they were never drafted or whatever. So I don't think that's the case. I think you're as a coach for Washington, you are recovering a lot of things. Things that coaches in the past didn't have to deal with. Joe Gibbs didn't have to overcome the fact that there was a stigma around the Washington Redskins because the Washington Redskins were a pretty respected and pretty good franchise before he got there, and he just made them better because he could focus on football and just coach football. Ron has to focus on a lot of other things. How many other coaches have been signed by a team and had to be actively involved in a 2-year rebrand? So that's instead of focusing on coaching football and focusing on drafting guys and focusing on those things. Now, Ron knew he didn't quite know what he was getting. He knew he was getting into some things. He didn't know he was getting into, there's all these suits coming at Washington about like sexual assault by Dan Snyder and the organization. He didn't know that when he got hired, that in 2 months he was going to have to deal with rebranding the team name and having to be thrown out in front of the media to answer those questions about the team name rebranding. So there's a lot of things that Ron, as a head coach of the Washington Commanders, has to deal with that other coaches don't. it's not just coaching football in Washington. You have other crap you got to deal with. And most of that crap has to do with the owner. Okay, just like our team name, the Washington Redskins, is changed because of how inept Dan Snyder was as a coach. You can say what you want about it being offensive or whatever you want to. I'm not going to get in that debate on this. But our team name was changed, not because it's offensive, it's because it lost money. That was what broke the camel's back. That's what got it changed. And that's because of our owner. Our owner stinks. He's horrible. And he had to basically promise Ron Rivera, you have free reign to do whatever you like as the coach of this team for 5 years without any scrutiny. Now, I don't know if Dan Snyder's going to stick to that. I really don't. He might get really impatient. He is Dan Snyder after all. We might get a new owner, and that new owner might get impatient. That's possible too. But that's the difference between coaching in Washington and coaching other teams. We're the worst because of Dan Snyder. I will backtrack all the way I want. We are the worst because of Dan Snyder. No good free agent wants to come here. Okay? And if we do get some here, we have to drastically overpay them. And most of the ones we actually get here are past their prime, at least up till Ron Rivera. Ron Rivera hasn't been paying guys past their prime. He's actually been some pretty good value contracts. Okay, he had to give up like two third-round picks just to get Carson Wentz here. When a team was trying to get rid of Carson Wentz and would have given away for probably anything, he had to overpay to get Carson Wentz to come here. So if we're winning over the past decade, none of this would happen. We're not winning because Dan Snyder's the owner. Dan Snyder interferes himself in coaching decisions. Okay, he comes off his boat. Every team does overpay for free agents, but not the way Washington consistently. Whenever Dan Snyder took over his team, during the Vinny days, Vinny, I can't think of his last name right now. During the Vinny days, he would sign big name free agents that were past their prime. Everyone overpays for free agents. You're 100% right. No one overpays for free agents way past their prime. Washington did that a lot. Think of the Deion Sanders days. We signed Deion Sanders way past his prime. But we signed him after his prime just to sell tickets. The focus of Washington for a long time was not to make money. It was to sell jerseys and sell tickets. And it's cost them now because we didn't win games for a long time. It created a bad culture and I would say a bad stink around the name. And that's one of the biggest things Washington has. The Dan Snyder, I'll give you an example. The last year that Jay Gruden was here, Dan Snyder comes off the boat after Jay Gruden, his scouts, everyone has done all their due diligence to decide on what they're going to do with the draft. Dan Snyder comes off his boat and says, you're drafting Dwayne Haskins. We don't want Dwayne Haskins. Dwayne Haskins is probably a third or fourth round pick at best, and he's going to spend 2 or 3 years developing. I want Dwayne Haskins on my football team. He's a big name player. He's not good enough. He's not going to help us right now. Well, I want you to get Dwayne Haskins. I want you to play him immediately. But But that's not good. We're not going to win games doing that. But that's what happened. The owner came off his boat, his yacht, whatever you want to call it, and told the coach, "This is who you're drafting." When the coach wanted to take I think he wanted to take an offensive lineman or something like that. When that's what we needed. We didn't need a quarterback, especially one like Dwayne Haskins, who wasn't very good, project quarterback for the most part. We didn't want that. There's a reason why Ron cut him too. It wasn't like Jay Gruden couldn't get along with him and he got fired because he couldn't make Dwayne Haskins work. The next coach that came in had the same, if not worse, issues with with Dwayne Haskins than the previous one. So the owner made that decision. Just like the owner decided you're going to trade up, give away a whole bunch of first rounders to go get RG3. When the coach at the time, and Mike Shanahan has said this before, he was either going to draft Ryan Tannehill, which Ryan Tannehill has been a solid quarterback. I don't care what anyone says, he has been a solid quarterback. If he was available at, I think we're at like 8 or 7 or something like that. Or we were going to draft Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. So that's the owner inserting himself in a situation he shouldn't and interfering where he shouldn't. And that's just small examples. And now you're having more stuff come out where the owner is having greater issues where he's sexual assault. He's really putting a stink on the name. He's fudging up numbers to falsify money that he's paying to the rest of the league. So all those things are lingering about him If this was a smaller market, it probably wouldn't matter that much because no one would really care. But it's such a Washington D.C. is a big market. Whether we are the team that's like playing well in a big market or not, it is still a big market. So you're giving Dan praise for staying out of Ron's way. I am giving Dan praise for staying out of Ron's way to a degree, but his past transgressions are affecting Ron. Ron has to answer questions about things on the franchise that a normal coach doesn't have to answer. Dan Snyder is a horrible owner to play for. Just ask Jay Gruden. Whenever they make dumb decisions, like, okay, so who was the guy that they signed? He was a free agent. He was cut by the 49ers. He was a linebacker, I believe. Well, Reuben Foster. I think it was Reuben Foster after he was in the middle of a sexual assault allegation, I think. Yeah, and have the Dallas Cowboys won anything? Dallas Cowboys, but they've won a little bit more games. That's really the only difference here. But Reuben Foster is a good example. They signed Reuben Foster, a guy that's literally like got cut by the 49ers because of sexual assault allegations. Washington signed him. Actually, it was what's our stupid GM that we used to have? I can't think of his name right now. I just forgot him. I can see his stupid face too. Bruce Allen. Yes, Bruce Allen. Thank you, Boski. Once they once Bruce Allen signed Foster, instead of Bruce Allen and Dan Snyder coming out and answering the media of why you're signing a guy that is literally having sexual assault allegations right now, and he got cut by another team because of that, you're signing him because of it, they sent out Jay Gruden to answer those questions. That's not his responsibility to answer questions about why the front office is making these decisions. His job is to coach football, but instead he has all those distractions. And Ron, like I said, Ron is dealing with other things. Because of our ineptitude as an owner, Ron has to deal with is involved in a rebrand rather than focusing on football. That's what I mean. You're split. Like I said with players, you want your primary guys you don't want them to be a jack of all trades, master of none. You don't want them being a position flex. You don't want that from them. You want your main guys to be focusing on one thing and one thing only. You don't want your defensive coordinator focusing on 9 different things. You want them like, hey, make sure this defense does this. You don't want your offensive coordinator doing this, or this. Bruce Allen traded for... what does that have to do with anything? Trading for Alex Smith was a fantastic move. The first... I don't understand what you're just giving Bruce Allen that's giving him some praise. That's probably the smartest thing he ever did. Alex Smith is the winningest quarterback we've had in 20, 30 years. Had a winning record. That's probably the best thing he ever did. So I was on a point and I read that post. What was I getting at with that point? So yeah, like I'm saying that Ron has to do other things that other coaches don't have to do. Okay? Other coaches don't have to do a rebrand. Other coaches don't have to deal with the owner having all these allegations against him. Okay? You can say what you want, like Jerry Jones does that. The Dallas Cowboys are, 1, a bigger media market. 2, they also have a franchise quarterback. We might have one. We don't know yet. There's other things that are going on in Dallas that are different than Washington. Jerry Jones has done some things. Okay? And they're not nearly as out there as what Dan Snyder's done. Not to mention, Jerry Jones is known for paying players, and players like playing for Jerry. Because if you're Jerry's guy, he'll love you forever. Dan Snyder's not like that. He doesn't ingratiate himself with the players the way Jerry Jones does. It's a drastic comparison. A drastic difference between the two as owners. Dan might have hired... Yeah, you're proving my point, dude. He hired the GMs. Okay, he hired Bruce Allen to make dumb decisions because it's his boy. Okay, he also Dan Snyder also steps in to make decisions over people. Dan Snyder has also done horrible things as an owner that had nothing to do with the GMs. He hosts charity events at FedEx Field and then charges people $50 for parking. The most recent one. What was the most recent one he had? Where there was proof that Dan Snyder refused to give people refunds on deposits they had for seasons. Then you have up to a point where you can like reject it, or you can ask for it back, and it makes so many workarounds that you can't like runarounds that people just gave up on everyone to get those deposits back. That's not the GMs. That's Dan Snyder, and that's why the team went from having like this huge list of people who are on a waiting list to get season tickets to now we can't even fill half a stadium. That's not the GM. That's the owner. Fisher ought him the head down. That's the best thing. That's the last thing I'm going to say. Let's get off the topic of Dan. We're not going to agree on this. I think Dan Snyder is the issue. He's always been the issue. Always will be the issue until he is removed from the owner. Players, but he's still a crappy owner. People don't want to play for a bad owner. People don't want to do that. Some players do because either A, they don't have other options, which is why we get a lot of those players that don't have other options, or B, we trade for them, we draft them, and they have to play for us. Okay, like Terry McLaurin right now, I hope Ron gets him re-signed. But if we didn't have a figure like Ron there, who's worked with Terry, knows him, I guarantee Dan Snyder would screw it up. The bigger issue with Washington is Dan. I've never heard, I'm going to be honest, Boski, I've never heard someone stand up for Dan Snyder. Dan Snyder is clearly the problem. Bruce Allen wasn't great either. Don't get me wrong. Bruce Allen was very bad. Do not get me wrong on that. It goes like problems with Washington. 1A is Dan. 1B was Bruce Allen whenever Bruce Allen was here. And I honestly don't think Jason Wright's much better. How you part of a rebrand don't know when the fuck our Super Bowls are. Pardon my French, but seriously. There's no other crappy, not to that degree. I mentioned earlier in this what I was talking about Jim Irsay. Jim Irsay to me is not a great owner, but when you go to the Colts, you don't have to worry about questions from the media as a player. You're not going to have to worry about a question like, hey, what are your thoughts on your owner being involved in this potential sexual assault case? Players don't have to deal with those questions with the Colts. Hey, what do you think of your owner defrauding money from the rest of the NFL? What are your thoughts on that? CJ Shoots photo. Can't stand. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think there's anything bad about him. He seems like a nice enough guy, and he seems like he's a pretty smart guy. But how the ever living hell are you part of a rebrand and you get our years wrong for a freaking Super Bowl? It just irritates me. It really does. I mean, that to me is just like, I don't know, man. Dan Snyder's supposed to be this great, giant Washington Redskins, Washington fan, and you'd think he would have recognized that. How much do I think Washington should pay Terry? $23.5 million a year for 4 years, maybe 5-year deal. A lot of it should be paid to him up front. He was not on a very high dollar amount contract. I really do think that he was not. Yes, Boski, but the Patriots also have 6 Super Bowls, and they have 6 Super Bowls in the last 20 years. So you go there, are you going to deal with and also they don't talk about this in the media all the time. He was in a massage parlor and got the massage with happy endings is a nice way I can put it, and that was in the media for like 2 days, and no one cared. It's not a big market, so no one cared about that. The way that they're going to care about it in Washington, because Washington is a big media place, they're going to talk about it all the time. They're indicted on Capitol Hill. It doesn't prove you can win. They won before the sexual assault allegations. Okay? The Patriots won games long before, what's his name? The owner of the Patriots. Long before, I can see his face right now. I just can't think of his name. I can't think of his stupid name right now. I can see his face. Shoot. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Shoot. It's right there in front of me. Whoever the owner of the Patriots. I just had it a second ago. Whoever the owner of the Patriots is, they were winning Super Bowls long before he got a tuggy and a massage parlor. Okay, so they were winning before there were sexual assault allegations. That's not proving your point. Robert Kraft, thank you. Robert Kraft, they were winning championships long before he ever got a massage with happy endings and got in trouble for it. Okay, it's not like he had those assault allegations first off, and then they won 6 Super Bowls. They won probably 5. They probably won about 5 of them, and then he got in trouble. I think it was actually after the 6th Super Bowl. After that 6th Super Bowl, then he got the sexual assault out, and they haven't won since. If you want to prove the point, they haven't won Super Bowl since. But there's more than just one thing. You're having multiple things. You're having the Washington Redskins name is it offensive. Now you're rebranding. Now you have sexual assault allegations by the owner. Now you have this money problems. It's not one thing. It's dozens of things. You have the owner jumping off his yacht and coming in telling you to draft this quarterback when you already have a draft plan for something completely different. So it's not one thing. It's multiple things that every player in the league is aware of because you think players don't talk to each other about the bullshit they got to deal with X team and Y team? It's a lot of those things, man. It's all those things combined. In New England, what do you deal with? Okay, there's that sexual assault allegation. What else do you deal with from the ownership? Nothing. There's nothing you're going to deal with from the owner. You have a coach that has a pedigree to put you in the best position you can to win. That's what you deal with in New England. You go to Miami, yeah, you're dealing with a situation they have there where they fired a head coach because he wouldn't lose games, whatever the reasoning was. Everyone says it's race driven. It's not. The GM was black too. Okay, but you know what you get when you go to Miami? You get it's great weather. You don't have to worry about the cold. There's some great things you get there. So the things you're dealing with there are not numerous things that you deal with in Washington. That's why it took a person like Ron to take on this job. You can't put someone like, what was a good example? Jim Zorn. You couldn't put a Jim Zorn in charge of this team and it lasts for it didn't even last 2 seasons. Okay? And when you put someone with too much personality or too much of like, I'm going to do what the fuck I want and fire anyone that gets in my way, like a Marty Schottenheimer, the coach goes out of his way and the owner, Dan Snyder, goes out of his way and fires him. After he fired the owner, he fired the GM, Vinny, what's his name? I think that's his name. Vinny, I can't not think of his last name right now. Fired Vinny, and then won the rest of his games, and then the owner comes off his yacht, fires the head coach, and rehires back Vinny. Okay, that is the owner. That is nothing other than the owner is the problem here, and he's hiring these GMs. Okay. So Texans inmates running the asylum. Vinny Serrato, yes, thank you. Texan, question inmates running the asylum. I don't know what you mean. Are there worse run franchises in Washington? I don't think so, dude. No teams had to go through a rebrand. Are there worse franchises in Washington right now? Not too many. Not deal with all the problems. We're not going to agree on this, man. We need to move on this topic. I'm here to talk about other things with Washington. We're talking about you're chatting and I'm arguing. We're basically arguing about this. My thing is as a coach of Washington, Ron is I'll end it with this, and I'm not answering your questions about the coaching. Okay, Ron is an above average coach. Is he a great coach? No. Is he a good coach? He's a good coach. He's above average for sure. Okay? He's not average. Okay? When the wheels fall off and you still win 7 games, you still don't win the same amount of games, but with a backup quarterback and things like that, you're doing some things right. Okay? And as a coach of Washington, you deal with things that other coaches don't deal with. Andy Reid just gets to coach football. He just gets to coach football. He doesn't have to answer questions about a rebrand. He doesn't have to answer questions about sexual assault allegations by the owner. None of that stuff. None of those things are problems that Andy Reid as a coach has to deal with. Okay? Ron has to deal with those things and coach football. Okay? This is why, and this is slightly off topic, but this is why whenever we traded for Carson Wentz, it was very important for the coaching staff that they don't have to worry about the quarterback position anymore. it's not a worry as much because you got a guy that should be capable of doing better than we had last year. He should be a franchise caliber quarterback. You're not worrying about the quarterback position anymore. You can focus on let's get the rest of these positions great instead of just focus on the quarterback position. Okay? As a coach of Washington, you have more things to deal with than just coaching football. And I'll leave it at that. Let's not talk about we're just going to go back and forth. Maybe we'll have a side chat, and maybe I'll have you on sometime. We can debate it. But I'm heading out and getting some sleep. Good night to you all. Good night, Jay. Have a good night. Okay, I'm going to read this. I've been a diary. I swear the team has done everything to make me and all other fans not support the team anymore. Dan Snyder is the worst owner of professional sports. That's what I'm saying. And Boski, I love you, bro. I'm glad you're on here. Let's just move on from this topic. Let's move on with this topic. We're not going to agree. Dan Snyder's the issue. Washington was a great franchise before Dan Snyder owned it. Let's just say that. It was a great franchise before Dan Snyder owned it. And Dan Snyder picks the GMs. He decides that makes his decisions. He interferes with coaching. All those things. He does a lot of those things. So that's my stance. I get your stance. Do you think there's things outside of the Dan Snyder? He doesn't do day-to-day stuff, but there's other things he does that interferes with being a good football coach. Okay, let's talk about we'll talk about the team now. Let's talk about things now. Let's not talk about the owner. Needs to be the least talked about topic of this team. I love my team, and the owner. I hate the owner. I'm new to this team, so I don't know everything, but I do love this team. Thank you, Garrett. This franchise is on notice for me. It's not on notice for me. I'm a diehard fan. Yeah, moving on. Let's talk about something else. So let me ask you guys, since you're in the comment section, what do you think our record is? I'm gonna ask everyone who's on right now. There's 5 people on right now, so I want 4 responses. One of them is actually me. That's how I see the comments. For some reason, the comments don't come up on here. How many wins do you think Washington will get this year? I want to see that. I want to see what everyone thinks Washington will get win-wise. I think we'll go either 10-7 or 11-6. We could potentially get up to 12 wins. I think that's our ceiling, 12 wins. But I think the floor should be 10. Garrett says 11-7. I like it. 10-7. Yeah, I think we're all dead on with that. 11-6. There we go. Hey, you know what? We're going to lose in the playoffs, so I'm with you. Garrett, we're going to lose the first round of the playoffs, right? We're going to get a bye week and lose in the divisional round. I get you. I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, 11-7. I like it because we're going to win let's go 12-7. That way we have a playoff. We're going to win a playoff game and then lose a playoff game. So I'm with you, Garrett. All right, Boski, if you're still on, I love you, bro. I still want to see what your prediction is for Washington. You know what? I'm with you. I think Washington. That's what Washington's to do going forward is take that step, win a playoff game. There's just so many questions we're gonna have. I think Carson Wentz. He's going to make Washington that much better. I think he's going to add that much value to the team, being able to drive the ball downfield. Like I said, you add him. Yeah, you're not wrong, Boski. They do break our hearts by 4 or 5, and then they come out of their bye week and win 4 straight. And the thing is, like, this is why I think Ron's a better coach than most. A lot of teams, a lot of coaches don't come out of, like, those situations and then you win a lot of games in a row. And the only reason we didn't win any more games was because COVID hit and injuries happened and so on and so forth. And we were still competitive in those games. So I'm not circling back to that conversation. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You're not wrong, but I just throw it out there. It's for fun. And I do think we should win a playoff game this year. it's only May, and we got so much time before actual football starts. I love it. I gotta ask this question because I'm curious. Does everyone hear like a running water noise? I have my cat's water dish next to me. I want to know if anyone hears it sounds like a little bit of a running water noise. When does Hard Knocks start? I think it's during training camp. I think it starts for training camp. I'm praying for 10, maybe 11 wins. I think 10 is the floor. I think they should, at the very least, to get 9. We should have a winning record. I think we'd all agree that we should have a winning record. Okay, I think that's the consensus. Washington should win at least 9 games, get a winning record. I think 10 is the floor personally for me. I think Washington should win 10. I look at it, and you're gonna go 3-1 in the first 4 games. You're gonna go split 2-2 the next 4. I think you're gonna split against Vikings and Eagles. You're gonna win 4 straight, and then you're gonna go 1-2 or 2-1. That's gonna be 10 or 11 wins right there. That's very easily to go through. Everything is best case scenario for us to win in 2022. I think we upgraded, improved these potential groups. We absolutely did. You're not wrong. What's our identity? Our identity we didn't have one last year. That's a good question. Our identity. I think we got a bruiser running back, so we can be running back by committee. I think here's what Carson Wentz does with our offense. He gives the risk of throwing the ball deep. Taylor Heinicke never really gave that risk. Fitzpatrick gave that risk because he could throw the ball very deep, and he would throw the ball deep. If he threw him 5 interceptions, he would. But I think our identity is going to be it's going to be kind of what the Colts did. It's going to be run heavy, but I think hopefully Ron is smart enough to realize that the Colts didn't play action as much as they should have to give Carson Wentz cleaner pockets and to keep the defense unbalanced. The Colts did a very bad job of keeping defenses unbalanced. They ran a lot, and they had a very good run blocking team. And because of the threat of Carson Wentz, they backed off a little bit. Had opened up the running game, but they did not play the play action route very well. They didn't run a lot of screen game, stuff like that. Did not do very well with that. Wentz gives us the opportunity. I agree with you, CJ. Wentz gives us the opportunity to go deep. So you have 4 guys on our team right now that are burners that can go deep. De'Ami Brown is that much more effective. He's more effective now than he was last year because his main thing is going deep. Okay? Curtis Samuel can blow the top off of defense if he's healthy. Jahan Dotson can blow the top off of defense if he's healthy. You have that threat across the board. And then you also have McLaurin that can do it. Okay? So that's just going to back guys up. It opens up the running game. It opens up the mid-range passing game. It opens up everything when you have a quarterback that can throw the ball deep and accurately deep. And he can also throw the ball short deep. He can throw the mid-range game very well. He has great velocity on his throws from sideline to sideline. Okay? You're not having a lot of the issues we were having with Taylor Heinicke. As much as Heinicke, I need to answer a question back a little further before I answer that one. The one question kind of tied into what I was already saying. What do you think about Sam Howell? I think Sam Howell will be a third-string quarterback this year, and he'll be able to develop. It's the perfect situation for him. It really is. This situation basically makes it so that he's not rushed if Carson Wentz gets injured, unless the season's completely bad and we have so many injuries. Maybe they play Sam Howell, but I don't see Sam Howell playing this year at all. I think if Carson Wentz gets injured, they're going to go to Taylor Heinicke. Taylor Heinicke is paid 1 more year to play quarterback, and they're going to get everything they can out of him before they throw their rookie quarterback that is potentially a franchise quarterback, which I think he is. They're going to do everything they can before throwing him out there. So good question. Wentz gives you opportunity to deep. Our speedy receivers okay, Boski, do you think Robinson is taking the job from Gibby? I don't know. Gibby is more versatile than Robinson. I still think Gibson has room to grow. Honestly, I do, because Gibson can run sometimes, and he doesn't see the holes properly all the time. So I think he has room to grow. The problem with Gibson is he does fumble a lot. I thought we didn't run the ball enough last year, personally. I think he could do better. The really good thing about Gibson is He can catch the ball very well, but Scott Turner does not like to throw him the football. I don't know why. He does not like to throw him the football very much. I think Robinson may be the future, but I don't think it's this year. I think basically they're just not going to want to re-sign Gibson unless Gibson has like a massively breakout year. CJ, don't sleep on Diami. Have you watched his YouTube channel? He is working hard off this. As much as I do like seeing the guys are working, you can't trust that. You can't trust that. Dwayne Haskins worked his ass off, and it didn't help him at all. And that's not me slighting De'Ami Brown's work. It's just you can't go off of that. That's all. Agree with you, Boski. Especially if Gibson coughs up the ball. I think Now that's where I think Robinson has value. Is he's going to make Gibson play tighter. And what I mean by that is, there's not really a replacement on our roster if Gibson fumbles. What are you going to do? Put in J.D. McKissick? J.D. McKissick's good, but he can't run the ball as much as Gibson. Gibson has some. I wouldn't say is better, more durable, but he can take more hits because he's just physically bigger. So Gibson kind of has that luxury of like, okay, you're not going to play J.D. McKissick all the time, and you weren't going to put Jared Patterson in, so they're not going to sit Gibson if he's fumbling the ball a lot. They're just going to put him right back in the game. Might set him out for a series or something. That's it. Now you have that threat. So I think that's where it's going to benefit Gibson. Gibson's going to learn, like, okay, this guy could legitimately replace me and put me on the bench, so I need to take care of the football a little better. Now I think that's where the benefit of Robinson lies, other than the fact Robinson's probably a pretty good one. Gibson is one of those flex guys. He is. I don't think he's a flex guy. I just think in his position, he can just do more at his position than a normal guy. So, like, for example, I'll give an example. Adrian Peterson, straight up runner. Barely ever caught the ball out of the backfield. That was rarely ever his skill set. Okay, would you say Alvin Kamara is a flex player? I wouldn't say that. I think that's just Alvin Kamara is just a good running back and a good receiver as a running back. He can catch the ball really well as a running back. So I don't think that's like a flex. Gibson's not playing running back and then going and playing tight end and then receiver. That's not flex. He's just a versatile running back. I think that's different than saying that he's a flex guy. Like for example, Curtis Samuel might be considered a flex guy because Curtis Samuel will run the ball and he'll receive the ball. But I don't think I think he's just versatile. I think it's a more versatile skill set. That's more or less what it is. Are we low-balling Terry? I think Terry, like I said, I think he'll get about $23.5 million. That's what I would offer. I would have offered him that a long time ago before all these other guys got contracts, and you have to compete with contracts. They can probably argue that he hasn't had as good of numbers as some of these other guys, but Terry can argue that I haven't had the quarterback these guys have had. So it's going to go either way. But I think 23.5, maybe as high as $25 million is the number that they land on for Terry McLaurin. We need to pay Terry. I agree. I think Terry should get a 5-year extension and a lot of the money up front. And like take a big chunk of it this year, take the hit this year, and then like give him like $40 million signing bonus or something this year. And then spread out the rest of the money he's getting or whatever. And it equals out to be $23.5 million a year, but give him so much money up front right now that he deserves because he's just been great for us. Yeah, I agree with you, Boski. He's definitely Gibson is not a true running back or receiver, but we play him as a running back, and he has a good skill set that makes him a good running back, and he can catch the ball pretty well. And this circles back to my opinion on Scott Turner. Scott Turner does a very, very piss poor job of giving people like the ball when they need to. Like, I'll give an example: the Buffalo Bills game. Gibson catches a screen pass and goes 70 yards, takes it to the house, never touched the ball again. Never will stone the ball one more time in the passing game. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me. Why don't you get the ball to talented players in space? It does not make sense. Answering the next question. I agree. I'm on the board with we pay him $23.5 million is exactly the number I've said for about 2 or 3 months now. So I landed on that. I think that's the best route for him. I think that's what we should pay him. Yeah, Terry is worth it. He's 100% worth it, Garrett. He's 100% worth it. He's the guy. I really want him to as well. It's kind of a selfish reason. My birthday's coming up. My wife's getting me a Washington Commander shirt, and I really like this shirt. It's a shirt. It's like short sleeved, but it also has like the hoodie built in. So it looks really nice, and there's one you can get. It's only like $10 more than the one I was going to get anyway, and it has Terry McLaurin and his number on the back. Now, I really want to get it, but if Washington doesn't re-sign Terry, it's going to suck having it for only like a year, and it not like being able to wear it anymore because it doesn't have him on there anymore. So I really want Washington to re-sign him because I really want to get that shirt. Now, like I said, do we overvalue our players as Commander fans? I think there's a nice little term that I've heard called Ashburn syndrome. I think we Ashburn ourselves into it. I don't think we overvalue our players. I mean, I think we actually undervalue some of our players. I didn't like Brandon Sheriff, but he was a Pro Bowler. I think we like our guys, and I think Terry McLaurin is a very good quarterback or receiver. I think that's all there is to it. I think any team would be very happy to add him to the team. We need to pay him, send message to the rest of the locker room. Players like Terry need to be rewarded and paid. Did we overvalue Kerrigan was a lot better than he was ever given credit for in Washington. Here's why. He was playing out of position the entire time he was here. Kerrigan is a 4-3 defensive end, not a 3-4 outside linebacker. And he broke our franchise sack record playing out of position. Imagine what he would have gotten if he'd have been a 4-3 defensive end the entire time he was here. He only played the 4-3 defensive end 1 year, and that was the last year he was here. Every other time here, he was playing 3-4 outside linebacker, which is not what his position was. He was defensive end. He was defensive end all day. He was the prototypical 4-3 defensive end pass rusher that Washington got out of Chase Young and Montez Sweat. But if we were smart, we'd have been playing him in a 4-3 long before that. So Kerrigan, I love Kerrigan. I wish we never got rid of him. I hope he comes back and plays like one more year or something. Maybe I don't know if he's still on the Eagles or not. I root for Kerrigan. Kerrigan is. I hope he gets put in the. He should be put in the Ring of Fame, but I don't know. He might not. I don't know if his number should get retired. I don't know if that's go that far, but he definitely should be in the Ring of Fame. He definitely is a. He should have been a lifer. He should have been a lifer, but he was played out of position for a long time. The way he evolves, he needs to get back to the basics. Like I said earlier, his last year for some reason he decided to not do play his discipline. He was just hunting sacks, trying to be a hero, trying to get the sack on his own, not playing his discipline. And if you play your discipline, the quarterback is going to walk themselves into a lot of sacks. So how he gets better this year is getting back to the basics and playing disciplined. He had like one move this year where he like stutter step and like juke the guy and just try to run by him. Or he goes super wide, and that was like his only two moves. He didn't try to bull rush. He didn't try a swim move. He didn't do what he did his rookie year. He read all the headlines about himself. The league figured him out. I don't think the league figured him out. I think him and Montez Sweat were doing the same exact thing. Maybe that's what they do, and maybe the league did figure it out to an extent, and they're just like they rode him wide. That's possible, and they're like, hey, if they're gonna go wide, let him get that wide step, and then ride him out of the play. That's possible, but in that case, you need to adapt. And this is where I have issues with Jack Del Rio. We talked about Jack Del Rio earlier. You got to fix that. You can't just keep scheming, calling plays, and not fix that problem. Okay, and there are players that allude to this. Ron alluded to this. Guy's not playing disciplined on defense. He alluded to that. And then, do I play Sweat or Chase? I think you pay Chase. I think he's gonna try to pay them both. I think he's gonna see Montez Sweat has value, but it's not gonna be the value he thinks he is. But yeah, you can't pay everyone. I wish you could. I wish it was like the NBA. I think there should be a rule where if you draft someone, you can pay them as much as you want, as long as you want, to keep them. So I wish there was a rule like that, where if you draft someone and you build someone in-house, you can pay whatever you need to keep them, and it doesn't count against your salary cap. I don't know. I want Chase 100% too. it's not a coincidence that as I was talking about that discipline issue we had last year, guys not playing disciplined. It's not a coincidence that when Montez Sweat and Chase were no longer on the field because one was injured and one was, I think, had COVID or something like that, and we were playing with other guys at defensive end, our defense got a little bit better. I mean, because we were playing more disciplined, we got a little bit more sacks. We got a little bit better on the pass rush or on run defense. Got a little bit better, not a lot, but a little bit better. So off injury, what's that mean? All right. I think Chase off injury this year. He only had 2.5 sacks last year. He needs to get back into double digit sacks. He doesn't have to have one he doesn't have to have 20. Chase Young needs to get into at least double digit sacks for me to say it's a turnaround year. He turned it around. He's back to being Chase. He also needs to start making more impact plays. Like his rookie year, he made a goal line play against Joe Burrow, knocked the ball out. He had strip sacks. He does just fumble recoveries for touchdowns. Just knocking the ball loose. He had impact plays. He didn't have really any impact plays last year. Like I said, he had 2.5 sacks. That's not good. It's not great. So that's what I would say would be an effective year. 10 plus sacks. And he also needs to be putting up. Some more impactful plays than he had last year. For me to deem it a success. I mean, we played better QBs. You're not wrong there. But in the same breath, that shouldn't matter. I think your better argument would be you played better offensive lines than you did the year before. I think that's a better argument. Just because they're better QBs, I still think to this day, and I will stand by this. If you go watch a game film, go watch some of the earlier games in the season. He was going so wide that quarterbacks just step up and roll out, and it happened a lot, especially against good quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Jonathan Allen. All those quarterbacks were just stepping up and rolling out either direction they wanted to, and they had all this free room because guys weren't being disciplined. So I don't know if it's per se that he played. I don't know if it's per se that he played because of the caliber of quarterback he played. I don't know if that's the case. I just know how he played watching him play and what he did. He played 8 games this year. That's fine. I mean, 2.5 sacks in 8 games is not very good. Okay, he plays the rest of the year. He doubles that. It's still only 5 sacks. That's not very good. And earlier in the year, we didn't play as good a teams as we played later in the game, in the season, or in the middle of the season, I should say. Like you said, you only played 8 games, and we started winning games after he got injured. And we still played good quarterbacks after he got injured. I'm not saying he was the reason why we were bad. I'm saying that he was not playing disciplined. If you don't believe me, just go after we're on here, done on here. Go watch a game. Go. I think you can find them on YouTube. Go watch a game of us versus the Bills or us versus the Chiefs, and you'll see consistently Chase Young on pass rushing going so wide. Montez Sweat did it too. It wasn't just Chase. Okay, but Montez Sweat, once Chase Young got out and they were starting to play discipline again, Montez Sweat got a couple more sacks than Chase because he started going back to the discipline when the rest of the defense was on the same page. This is shortly after Chase got injured. Have you talked tight end room? Seems Thomas, Bates, Turner will be locks on the roster. Will there be a fourth? The fourth one, so Samus Reyes to me, it will not make this roster. I don't remember the young man we draft. It's an undrafted free agent. He was a quarterback in college. I don't remember the school, but basically it was a quarterback in college, and it wasn't at the Senior Bowl. It was at something like the Senior Bowl, but it wasn't Senior Bowl. He played tight end for the first time in his life, and just burned everyone. Hodges, yes, it was Hodges, and he just burnt everyone that covered him, that attempted to cover him. And I think Hodges will be the fourth one. They don't really have a real true. Like, I guess Bates is a blocking tight end, but they have a lot of like hybrid tight end receivers. Even have a hybrid tight end quarterback with Thomas. So, yeah, I to answer the question, I'm not impatient with Chase Young. I think Chase Young's gonna have a bounce back year, but I'm explaining why he had a bad sophomore season. Is those things, just like that, and those things are the reasons why our secondary wasn't great. And I started this off. I started off this video. I talked about the schedule, but also talked about the signing of what's his name, James Bradbury, not signing him, which I didn't have an issue with not signing him. We've invested a lot of money into the cornerback position already, over almost $30 million. 25 of it is paid to 2 players, and another $10 million for to have 3 corners over $10 million just doesn't make sense to me. And the reason why and one of the big arguments for why we should have signed him was our pass defense wasn't very good last year, and that's not true. We gave up a lot of passing touchdowns. There's a difference. And I've explained that the reason why our pass defense wasn't great was 2 things. One, we had bad linebacker play, so the middle of the field was wide open until Landon Collins started playing more linebacker role. Then it kind of closed it up a little bit, and that fixed that problem a smidge. And then the other issue was our pass rush. In 17 games, we only got 38 sacks last year. That's not very good for a team that was supposed to have like this magnificent sack-ridden defense. 38, it's barely 2 a game. Okay, and to be exact, 14 times 2 is 34. It's and 4 left over, so that's 2 point something a game. That's not very good for a defense that was graded to be one of the best defensive lines in the league and supposed to get a lot of sacks. And Montez Sweat and Chase Young are supposed to get double-digit sacks each. Not very good. So that's why I have reservations. That's why our pass defense to me was bad. We had no pressure, and it doesn't matter who you have covering. You're not going to be able to cover forever. You can have Deion Sanders and Darrelle Revis covering people, and you're eventually going to get open because you can run and quarterback and roll, and eventually you're going to get open. Why do we continue with this tight end experiment with Reyes? So Reyes was a good story last year, and Ron didn't want it. I think Ron's idea of what his team was didn't match up what happened on the field. I think he thought that we were literally just like a couple things away, and he thought Ryan Fitzpatrick was good enough to get him over the hump. And that's why, like last year, we only had 1 undrafted free agent. 1. And I think he realized a lot of things out of last year. 1, he didn't have a lot of competition at a lot of positions. So the guys that were good enough to start or good enough to be there weren't pushed to be better. So that's one thing. 2, Reyes was a good story. It was a good story, so I think that's why they went with Sammis Reyes. He will not make the team this year. I think Antonio Gandy-Golden is not going to be a bad option. I think he's just there for competition. I think it gives him a chance to extend his career. He's not very fast. He's got good athleticism, but he's not very fast. And if I had to pick, if I'm going to have Antonio Gandy-Golden, what would I use him for as a tight end? Probably goal line. But Cole Turner is bigger, stronger. He's a much more, as a tight end, a much better weapon. I mean, he was used in very good fashion with Nevada. Carson Strong went to him a lot, and that he's a good red zone threat. So I think that's why we drafted him, and I think that's the route we're gonna go. Hodges maybe. I think Hodges and AGG are gonna compete for that final spot. So I think that's just where Washington's at with that. Do you think Logan will continue to be our best tight end? No, I don't think so. Logan Thomas is solid. Don't get me wrong. And I think he is solid. He's a solid tight end. I don't think he's top 10, but I don't think he's bottom 10 either of starters. I think he's solid. I think he's a good middle of the pack tight end. and that's okay. That gets you. He's open a lot. When he gets the ball thrown to him, he catches a lot. He doesn't drop a lot of passes, and that's okay. We don't need a. We had a very, very, very good tight end for a while, in Jordan Reed, but he couldn't stay healthy. I think I'd rather have consistency. I just want him to stay healthy and be consistent. We've had tight ends in the back, and this is going to be a name that people probably like him because I like him too. But Logan Paulson, for example, good blocking tight end, couldn't catch a ball to save his life. Chase should have looked amazing last year considering his draft capital, i.e. Burrow. Should have looked amazing last year considering. Ron won't play Cole Turner because he's stubborn. Why won't he play? Why? Because he's stubborn with what? He drafted Cole Turner for a reason. He didn't draft Cole Turner for no reason, unless Ron came off or Dan came off the boat to draft this guy. It says Ron won't play Cole Turner. He's stubborn. I think Ron will play Cole Turner. Ron's going to see very quickly how big an asset a 6'7" tight end is going to be, especially in the goal in the red zone. Especially in the red zone. You're looking at defenses that they have cornerbacks and safeties that are like 6'1" and 6 feet tall and maybe 6'2" at the most. And I think the biggest one in the league is 6'4", and you have a tight end that's 6'7". You get this is what Nevada did a lot last year. Nevada split him out, and if he was covered by a tight end, he would do an in route, okay, or he would do like a juke move and get open, or he would. This is what he usually did, is they would put a corner on him and they would do a jump ball and he'd get a touchdown like every time. That's why we drafted him. That's exactly why we drafted him. He's got other abilities as well, but he has such a big catch radius. That's what he's going to be used for. Ron will play him. He may not play him in other parts of the field because he's not a great blocker, but he will 100% put him in the red zone to catch a ball right around the end zone and get a touchdown. Logan Thomas might not be 100%. We shall see. Honestly, I think that's why they moved AGG to tight end, just in case Thomas can't play. He's also AGG's best chance to make the team. I agree with you. Yeah, AGG, he's not going to make it as a receiver. Our receiving corps got too good for AGG to be available to play. If Logan comes back and Bates, and you got to have 3 tight ends, Boski. You got to have 3 tight ends at least. And he's gonna play. Logan, it's gonna be Logan, Bates, and Cole Turner. Those are the 3. Now the question is AGG gonna play? Probably not. Is Hodges gonna play? Maybe. I haven't seen enough of him to really have a true grade on how he is as a tight end. But you're gonna have 3 tight ends. He won't start. I guarantee he's not gonna start over those 2. I'm not saying that, but Cole Turner will get used this year. I will put money on that. Bates got used last year. Bates was rookie last year, and he got used a lot. Ricky Seals-Jones, he got moved to, and I don't think Ricky Seals-Jones did too bad, actually. But Logan, I don't think Logan's going to be ready week 1. They say he is, but I don't know. I just don't know that. He tore it pretty late in the season. They said Logan, yeah, I think Logan and John Bates are going to play. And I think Cole Turner is your 3rd tight end. I think that's Ron drafted him for a reason. He didn't trade away a pick and accumulate an extra pick to get a tight end he wasn't going to play. He could have just kept the pick he had and drafted Samuel Howell where he drafted him in the 4th round. He traded that pick away to accumulate another pick and used that pick to get both Cole Turner and Samuel Howell. Ron's not going to draft someone he didn't want. Or he didn't have a plan to use in any way, shape, or form. I'll put money on that. I honestly think that Cole Turner is going to be the 3rd tight end, and they may not move move on from Logan Thomas. It's possible. Logan Thomas is seen to be, I don't want to say he's injury prone, but he seems to be getting injured a decent amount. So they might want to move on from Logan Thomas. It's possible. I don't know. They may limit him his first year. It's Cole Turner. It's definitely possible too. But I'm going to bet money that what they're probably going to use him for is goal line. They had a lot of opportunities in the red zone this year to score, and they didn't. And Ron did a lot of that Riverboat Ron bull crap where he rolls the dice and goes on 4th and goal or something like that. He wants a big target. He wants a big available target. And if Logan Thomas isn't available, Cole Turner will be. hopefully, if he's not injured. So I think that's the way Ron's going to look at it. He's going to look at it like, okay, I got multiple options here. Take away one option, I got another one. That's the way he's going to look at it. And you need to draft a tight end anyway, because you could be starting the season with John Bostic. I don't think Reyes makes this team. Sammis Reyes doesn't make this team, man. As much as I think I like the thought of him being on the team and him being a great athlete and being a tight end, he doesn't know football, and that's the big barrier they're having. Is one, it's a language barrier. Two, it's a terminology and just knowing the sport barrier. AGG knows the sport, so whenever you tell AGG, Antonio Gandy Golden, hey, you're this position, you're going to run an out route here, they don't have to teach him what an out route is. All they can work on with is footwork and hands, get your hands away from your body, bulk up a little bit. Those things are like he knows football, so you can teach more fundamental things and more specifics to make him a better player. Sammis Reyes, you have to literally teach him the game of football, and that's where he's having struggles. He's athletic as hell. He can jump high. It's very strong. He's built like a brick. You know what? He's very athletic, but he is not a football player. He's not played football ever. Like, this is his first time ever putting on football pads in his life was when he came to the Washington Commanders, or Washington football team at the time. So I think it's Bates, Cole Turner, and it could be Hodges or AGG. I don't think Reyes. Maybe Reyes might make the team initially. Maybe they start the season out with Logan on IR, with temporary IR. I think that's a new thing they have now with like COVID, where you can do like 4 weeks of IR or short-term IR. It's possible, but I don't think Reyes is on the team by the end of the season. That's what I'm saying. I'm cautious to get optimistic, but I will say this roster is too dangerous offensively. Yeah, and that was what my theory was about the draft. Is I said Washington needs to load up this offense. For one, they need to you don't throw bad money after good money, and what I mean by that is if you buy a house, you don't not insure it. Okay, they threw 2 draft picks and $28 million basically this year at getting Carson Wentz. Okay, so now go give Carson Wentz weapons. Get him another receiver. Get him another tight end. Make sure the offensive line is good. And I think it's good. I think it's going to do very well this year. Give him another running weapon just in case Antonio Gandy Golden likes to fumble a lot. Get J.D. McKissick back in the building. So that's and the reason why you do that is, one, Carson Wentz give him the best chance you can to succeed. You traded away 2 draft picks and you're paying him $28 million. Give the guy a chance to succeed. Give him as much as you can. Or B, if he doesn't succeed, let me rephrase that, you have put a lot of talent on the field for Samuel Howell next year. That's what you've done. That's why I said in the draft you got to go offense early. And a lot of people wanted to get a Kyle Hamilton and some other cornerback in the first round. I'm like, no, that's like 7 years straight or 6 years straight of first rounders spent on the defense. You got to go offense. You need to balance out where you're putting this draft capital, especially early draft capital. We're not in space to take these project players nor draft these low floor guys. Impact players we need. I don't disagree with you about that statement. Last year, I think Ron had a view of the team. I thought he thought he was a quarterback away, and we might still be a quarterback away. I think maybe Ron's he's preparing as if he wasn't right now. I think that's what I think the difference between Ron this year and Ron last year is last year Ron was playing it like he was a quarterback away, which he might have been. Maybe Ryan Fitzpatrick is that much of a difference by stretching the field that it would have added up to some wins in some other games. That Taylor Heineke just didn't add up for. We don't know that. It might have been. You can what if forever because he never actually played. I don't think Carson Wentz's contract got restructured because Carson Wentz didn't want to restructure it. I don't think he wanted to take less money this year. I think he liked having the guarantee this year. And I think also there's a little bit on both sides of everyone hedging their own bets. Washington is hedging their bet. If it balls out, if Carson Wentz, let's say Carson doesn't do great here. Let's say Carson does very good. Okay, we have him on contract for 2 years. That's great for us. So that might be why Washington didn't want to restructure, because the money next year and the money year after that's pretty good for a starting quarterback. Okay, or let's say he sucks. Now we can cut him. Okay, and you got to look at Carson Wentz the other way. What if he does great? Now he has leverage next year that he can leverage. He played well to get more money next year. I know that in a great world, in the way that we should see it, we have control of that contract. If it's good for us, great. If it's bad for us, cut him. That's the way we want to see it. But he's also a player, and he's also playing chess as well. Carson may not want to be here. He may not want to be in Washington. Maybe he's grown to have a hatred for Washington, didn't have much of a choice to come here. I don't know. I think maybe he just might want to be here 1 year, revitalize his career, and get his contract somewhere else. It's possible. I don't know. I don't know why they didn't, but my guess is they didn't restructure his contract because they like the contract just the way it is. I agree with you. It plays to our favor because if he sucks, we can cut him, and we're saving ourselves $21 million next year and another, I think it's $15 million a year after that. It saves us a lot of money. His contract was front loaded, so we caught it on I think it's the third year of his extension. So we save a lot of money. $28 million for starting quarterback in the NFL is not that much money. It's a very, very advantageous contract. That's like if we'd have taken on the full contract for Matt Ryan, it would have sucked. But the Falcons ate a bunch of his contract. So that's what I wish Washington would have done with the Colts, is force them to eat a bunch of his contract, and that would have given us enough money to do other things, plus sign Terry McLaurin to an extension. I mean, I love Wentz. I've watched him since college, and I hope he does great. So do I. I have said it on one of my videos before. I like Carson Wentz. I would trade a lot of things for Carson Wentz. His second year in the league. I think he's a fantastic quarterback. He's your prototypical size. He's built. He's got an arm. He's actually not a bad quarterback at that. He does make some dumb mistakes, but you got to take the good with the bad. What's the bad with Taylor Heinicke? He can't throw the ball deep, and he's going to turn the ball over a decent amount. He had 15 turnovers last year. Of all the things about Carson Wentz people say, and he only had 7 interceptions last year, get the hell out of here. That's ridiculous. That people were complaining about him having 7 interceptions. Is he a great leader? Doesn't have to be. There's a lot of great quarterbacks out there that were not the greatest leaders or big vocal locker room guys. It's okay. Okay? We have other guys on their team that are leaders. We have Jonathan Allen. We have Chase Young. Let them lead. They've been here long enough. Let Terry McLaurin be the leader. Those guys are here to lead. Carson Wentz is here to play quarterback. Okay? If we want someone to be a quarterback and a leader, that's not who Carson Wentz is. And we know that. That's okay. We have other personalities on this team that can do that job. We can cut after the season, like you said, if he works. If he works, we can keep him longer and not get taken to the bank. $28 million is a modest QB money. I agree with you, but I also agree with Boski. If he has a great season, he has great leverage. He has excellent leverage. Also, you got to factor this in. What if he does great and the team sucks? It would be actually a great strategy for Washington to not play him after a certain amount of time. He has to play X amount of games or X amount of snaps, or our third round pick we gave away turns into a second round pick. So it might not be a bad idea to kind of hedge our bet a little bit. And if we're losing some games, it looks like we're not going to make the playoffs, probably shouldn't play him anymore, because we can cut him, and keep a second round pick, and that would be a benefit to us. But yeah, we never have leverage, but here you got to think about it this way. Here's where we do have some leverage. Who out there is looking for a quarterback next year, or at least a quarterback like Carson Wentz? The last time I looked, not a lot of teams were beating down Colts' door to sign him. Now, Colts may have bluffed in that, and I think Ron fell for the bluff. But I don't think a lot of teams... I think we probably could have got Carson Wentz for a 4th, honestly. Because a lot of teams were not beating down their door. to trade for Carson Wentz. Just like I don't think a lot of teams are beating down the door to trade for Matt Ryan. That's why Colts were able to get him for like a 3rd-round pick. So I think we have leverage. I think we have leverage because not a lot of teams are going to be going out of their way to sign Carson Wentz after this season, unless a lot of quarterbacks get injured, a handful of quarterbacks retire, so on and so forth. But there's only so many places where you can go. What places are available? There's not a lot of available places right now. Like if you think about it, let's just go through the NFC. We're not going to trade. We're not going to let him go to the NFC East. But let's just look at the NFC East. Eagles probably not. They're not going to bring him back in. Giants. I mean, Giants maybe they could if they don't think they have one. Look at the Dallas. Dallas is going to be looking for a quarterback. Look at the NFC North. You have Bears. No, they have Justin Fields they're investing time in. No one's going to pay him starter level money. That's what I'm getting at with that. Vikings. Nope. They have Kirk Cousins. They just extended him. Green Bay. Even if Aaron Rodgers decides he wants to retire, they still have Jordan Love. And then you also have the Lions. So maybe the Lions, it's possible, but they would be better off keeping Goff and just drafting a new quarterback. That'd be better for them rather than going out and getting Carson Wentz. Bring someone in that doesn't know your system. Let's look at the NFC South. You got maybe the Saints. Saints might actually be a decent option. Atlanta's not. They just drafted Desmond Ridder. You have Carolina, but they're probably going to draft a quarterback this year, unless maybe Samuel Darnold turns it around. And then you have Tampa. Tampa, I doubt they're going to be doing anything. It's possible, I guess, but I don't see. Everyone keeps saying we're desperate. I'm going to continue with this. I'm going to go answer that question. So look at the NFC West. I mean, maybe the Seahawks, but they're probably going to draft someone this year. Arizona, no. 49ers, no. And the Rams, hell no. So all of them have quarterbacks. So now let's look at the AFC. AFC North, East. Let's go AFC East first. Bills, don't need a quarterback. Jets, maybe if Zach Wilson ends up sucking, maybe. But then you have the Dolphins, no, unless Tua sucks. So no one's going to be willing to pay him. I'll keep going just to finish out this whole thing. Patriots, no. NFC North, Steelers, no. Bengals, no. No, they have Joe Burrow. Ravens, Browns, none of those teams make sense. So if you have the Colts, no. They're not going to bring him back. Titans, no. They just drafted a quarterback and they have Tannehill. Who else is in the South? Colts, Texans. Maybe Texans if it's possible if they realize that Davis Mills is not the guy. So let's go NFC or AFC West now. You have 4 starting quarterbacks that are good in the AFC West. So I doubt any of those unless one of them gets really bad injury then you're not going to pay them starter money. So no one in the league. We have more leverage than Carson Wentz does. No one's going to beat down the door to get Carson Wentz, even if he has a good year. No one's going to be beating down the door to get him. We have all the leverage because we're the only team that's willing to pay him over $20 million to be a quarterback. No one else will pay him that much money. So I honestly think we have more leverage. We have a lot more leverage than he has. Even if he plays well, we have more leverage. No one's going to be wanting to pay him that much money. Unless there's some drastic QB situation and there's maybe one team might pay him that much money. But no one else out there is going to give him starter level money. Yeah, I think we should negotiate more. Yeah, I don't. So I'm going to comment on this. I don't think the Wentz trade was a panic move. Now, this also depends on your evaluation of Wentz. I don't think Wentz was a bad quarterback. He had a solid season last year. 27 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. If Harold Heinicke would have done that, we'd have won 4 more games. And we'd be in the playoffs, and no one would be talking about replacing Taylor Heinicke. Okay? So I don't believe for a second that we were desperate. I think we got the best available quarterback at the time. The best available quarterback this free agency started. Aaron Rodgers was never an option, so let's just get that out of the way. Okay? The best available quarterback this free agency was 2. We had 2. Russell Wilson. Okay, you had Russell Wilson. and then you had Deshaun Watson. So those are the two best, okay? And then the next one was Carson Wentz. I don't care what you say. Carson Wentz is better than Matt Ryan, in my opinion. He's more mobile. He's younger. I think he has just as good an arm. I think they're both the same player. Just I think Carson Wentz is more athletic and more mobile, and so on and so forth. I think it's just better in that regard. You don't have to agree with me, but if Wentz had a no trade clause, he would have never came here. That's possible, but I mean, he had a lot of leverage in that regard. He's guaranteed $28 million this year. That's his leverage. So, if he had a no trade clause, he probably would have declined to go here because they can't cut him. If you cut him, he gets $25 million or $28 million. Matt went to the bowl, like Super Bowl, like Pro Bowl. Which one? I don't care if Matt Ryan went to the bowl. A lot of guys go to the Pro Bowl, Super Bowl. So did Carson Wentz. He has a Super Bowl ring. I don't care if he's a backup. One of the main reasons why the Eagles were good that year was Carson Wentz was fantastic that year until he got injured. Okay, he laid down a very good framework that got them like a very high seed in the playoffs, which made it so Nick Foles could just coattail through the playoffs. I don't care what anyone says. Wentz was a fantastic quarterback that year. And if he'd have been healthy, he'd have had Super Bowl too. Okay, and Matt Ryan also choked in the Super Bowl too. So let's be clear about that as well. It's part of it. Okay, he blew a biggest lead in Super Bowl history, 28-3, and lost the Super Bowl. And he could have at any time changed the play from a drop back, 7-step drop back to lose 10 yards in 2 back-to-back plays to get out of field goal range to run the ball up the middle 3 times and kick a field goal and we win this football game. He could have done that multiple times. He didn't do it. So I like Matt Ryan. He's been a solid quarterback for a long time. But there's nothing about him that makes him that much better. The offensive coordinator blew it. I don't disagree the offensive coordinator called wrong plays, but you as a quarterback are allowed to change the plays. And you as a quarterback also have to execute those plays. That's part of it. That is part of it. It's not all the story, but it's part of it. And the offensive coordinator is the coach of the 49ers who have been in, 3 straight. Is it 3 NFC Championship games since he's been there, or 2, and then 1 Super Bowl since. And he's been to 1 Super Bowl since he's been there, and at least 2 NFC Championship games. So, it's a mixture of both things. But I think as a quarterback, Matt Ryan, you just change the play to a run. And then what's the offensive coordinator going to do? Pull you out of the game in the middle of the Super Bowl? And then whenever they win the game and they ask, hey, why'd you pull him? And he's going to be like, well, I pulled him because I was trying to throw the ball and he kept running the ball. And we ended up winning, so I guess he was right. I mean, I'm sorry. Matt Ryan as a quarterback, you need to have the clout. You're that good. You're Matt Ryan to go, no, we're going to run the ball here. It makes sense. Let's eat up the clock. Let's get a field goal, so on and so forth. No, there's a drastic difference between... I'm skipping over questions to answer your question, Boski, but there's a drastic difference between Matt Ryan's clout as a quarterback, considering he's been an MVP. He's been in the league for... I think he's 37 right now, so he's been in the league a long time, considering Taylor Heineke was a rookie. He's basically a rookie, okay? He's never got never started games in the NFL consistently. Maybe one game like here, one game there, and then one playoff game last year for us. But prior to us playing him last year, he really had no real playing time. So there's a drastic difference between Matt Ryan, an MVP, 40-plus touchdowns, 4,000 passing yards, multiple seasons, changing a play in the Super Bowl to win a Super Bowl, than Taylor Heineke, not enough experience. I don't care if he was previously in the system. It doesn't matter. He's had no playing time. Matt Ryan has had plenty of playing time. He's had years and years of experience. There's a complete difference in Matt Ryan changing a play. He has a lot more clout to change a play, and he can justify it easier than Taylor Heineke. Taylor Heineke's fighting for his job and fighting for a position, for a future in the league. Matt Ryan was not. Matt Ryan's future in the league was secured a long time ago. He's been that good at quarterback consistently. Taylor Heineke's not. It's a completely different situation. That'd be like Tom Brady changes the play because Tom Brady's Tom Brady, and then you're comparing that to why Taylor Heineke not changing plays. Taylor Heineke doesn't have 6 Super Bowls and the clout to change a play the way Tom Brady does. So, back to the question I think giving up a conditional 3rd rounder that will likely be a 2nd rounder shows our desperation of badly we need a. I don't think that's desperation. I think every team badly needs a quarterback. I think desperation is what the Browns did. Browns were desperate, in my opinion. Browns gave up a fully guaranteed contract and a whole bunch of picks for a quarterback that may not even play. That is desperation because they burned their bridge so poorly between them and Baker Mayfield that they didn't have an option. If we didn't trade, I don't think it's desperation because if we didn't trade for Carson Wentz, we still have Taylor Heineke, who I think we can still win like 8 or 9, or at least 9 games with Taylor Heineke, or 8 or 9 games with Taylor Heineke, and we still have Samuel Howell's backup. That's our situation right now. If we wouldn't have traded for that, and we'd have had another 3rd round pick. But I still think that's our situation right now. I think that's the situation Washington is in if they don't trade for Carson. So I don't think Carson was a panic move. If we'd have traded like 2 firsts, panic move. I agree with you. A desperation move. But I don't think it was a panic move. What I wouldn't trade for Watson? No. I'll answer that question fully. There's another question here I got to answer. Like overpaid. But hopefully it pays off this year. Okay, so that wasn't another question. So you wouldn't trade for Watson. I would not have traded for Watson unless he's completely cleared of anything we knew his suspension. For all we know, let's say you trade for Watson. He didn't play this year. He can't play next year. And he serves jail time for something. I don't know. You don't know that. Am I not saying I wouldn't have traded for Watson in general? I would have if he is available. But I think you have too many legal issues to really not factor those in. Would I just trade for him, no questions asked? No. There needs to be things answered like, okay, how are these legal things going? Browns burned their bridge with Baker Mayfield, so they panicked and gave away a lot of picks and a lot of guaranteed money in a desperation move to cover their butts because they burned their bridge with their quarterback that they now can't use. And now they have to cut him and pay him $19 million to go play somewhere else. Because he's not playing in Cleveland. He's holding house. We're on off topic of Washington, but Cleveland he's holding house money. Cleveland owes him $19 million, whether he sets foot on the football field this year or not. So they're going to cut him, pay him $19 million, and he's going to go somewhere and either have a backup role or compete for a starting position, one of the two. It's going to happen. No one else is calling for Carson Wentz, but for a starting quarterback, 2/3 is not that much. I don't think 2/3 is. Here's where my initial thought was about getting Carson Wentz. I was okay with 2/3 if we didn't have to pay his full salary. I was okay with his salary if we didn't have to go up 2/3. But I've come to the conclusion that it's okay because we don't have to worry about quarterback right now. Let's say he plays okay this year, and he plays okay next year, and next year. That's 3 years we have of not really worrying about the quarterback position. And I think that to Ron and to the coaching staff, that's something they have to worry about, and they can focus on the other positions. Getting that clarity and that peace of mind was very important for Ron and this coaching staff, that they at least had a viable quarterback option this year that wasn't Ryan Fitzpatrick on a 1-year, $10 million bender or Taylor Heineke. I don't personally think it's an overpay. You can agree, you can disagree. I don't think it was an overpay. I think we paid about what the value would have been for him. Now, we're not. Here's the thing. You can say that we overpay because no one else was calling about Wentz. We don't know that. We didn't know that until afterwards. Okay, we didn't know that. We went for the best available quarterback on the market, and we got the best available quarterback on the market. That's the way I look at it. And other teams did that. The Browns went for the best available quarterback on the market, and what did they spend? They spent multiple firsts, multiple seconds, $250 million, okay, to do all that. And what did the Browns, or not the Browns, the Broncos do? Broncos sent off 2 firsts, 2 seconds, a couple thirds, a fourth, a couple players, and got Russell Wilson. What did we get for a franchise caliber quarterback? That's going to put up 20. So that's just me. All right, CJ. Good night, buddy. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by and watching the show tonight. That was a good conversation. Wow, we're past midnight. Wow. This is going great. I love it. Almost on 3 hours. So, yeah, I don't think it was a panic move. That's just me. But I'll stand by that. But some people do, and I get why. But I don't think it was a desperation. I think it was needed a quarterback, got the best available one. Jerry would have traded for Watson and kick our ass. Maybe. It's possible. I mean, we don't know what's going out. The Watson thing's up in the air, and what do I like Watson the player? Yeah, I wanted Watson the player so bad. If he wouldn't have had any of his legal issues, I'd have said give everything you can to get him. I don't care who it is. Besides 3 players on our team, anything it takes to get him, get him. That's Terry McLaurin, that's Chase Young, and Jonathan Allen. Those are the 3 cornerstones we have right now. Anyone else that wears a burgundy and gold jersey is eligible to be traded to get that man. And I know Watson's not going to jail, but Watson has 20-some civil suits. Now, I'll give you my honest to God opinion on this. I think it's all bullshit, and I'll tell you why it's bullshit. He comes out with all these things about that he doesn't want to play for the Texans anymore. He doesn't like the Texans. They squandered a year of his career, and then right after that, like literally right after that, now all of a sudden these allegations come out, all snowballing all at once. I just don't believe that personally. I see through the bullshit. I'll give you another example. So, I live in Pittsburgh. This is one great example why I stick in my back pocket because I don't like Pittsburgh Steelers at all. So Antonio Brown went to the Raiders. Okay, he went to the Patriots. Like the day, like right after he got signed by the Patriots. Wouldn't you know it? Magically, lo and behold, this story comes out in Pittsburgh about him potentially sexually assaulting a woman. Antonio Brown. Now, I don't like Antonio Brown. I think Antonio Brown, he's a fantastic football player, but he's just an idiot, and I don't like him as a person. I think he's just squandered talent is what he is. So talented, probably the most talented receiver in the history of the NFL. One of the most. He's top 20 easily, in my opinion. But, yeah, that came out the day after he played his first game with the Patriots. So you're going to tell me that this allegation happened 2 years ago. 2 years before this story came out. And now the story comes out. I think 100% there is something that happened and how do I want to put this? I think it's something that happened and the Pittsburgh Steelers hung on to it until they needed it and they used it when they could. And they were going to use it with the Raiders too. But they used it when they could. Just like the same thing with the Houston. I think they heard something that was small. That might have been something like minute, but that's it. What's the difference between Kraft and Watson? I don't think there's much difference between Kraft and Watson, but Kraft isn't a player. He doesn't really have value, and Kraft can own a team and be completely out of the limelight of the public eye because he's not on the field, he's not around the cameras at all. That's where there's difference. I don't think there should be any different treatment, don't get me wrong, but Kraft has like one incident of being jerked off in a massage parlor. That one got rated while that was happening to him. That is one incident. That's it. It was just him paying for sex. It wasn't even like him like sexually assaulting someone. It was him paying for sex, basically is what it was. Completely different than Watson, where he's being accused of sexually assaulting multiple girls and I guess exposing himself and trying to get them to do things they didn't want to do. Multiple women. That's the allegations. I don't know either way. My opinion personally is I don't think that. I think he got these massages. I think maybe one person had an issue, and all this stuff literally just nothing happened. Yeah, it got rated at 100%. That's the story. Is the place where he was getting his massage / happy ending got rated because it had a lot of girls that were illegal, and that's why it got rated by ICE. That's the story, if I remember correctly. It got rated while he was getting those things, and he was in an area he shouldn't have been, and he was being pleasured by a girl that was illegal. It wasn't here with proper documentation. So that's the difference between like Kraft. Kraft is like one incident, and there might be more. I don't know of any more. But that's the only one I've ever heard of Robert Kraft. Watson is going off 22 incidents, and like I said, I think the Watson one is underage got rated. I don't know what you mean. I'm talking about if he had another incident. I'm not aware of another incident. The one I'm talking about, where he was at a massage parlor, and it was one of those Asian massage parlors, and he got one of the Asian massage parlors, and he was getting a massage with happy endings, and ICE or one of them, I don't know which one it is, maybe it's the DEA, rated it. I didn't say underage. I said undocumented. They were illegal. They were there illegally. If I said underage, I didn't mean to say underage, but I said they were not there legally. They were illegal immigrants. So anyway, we're not here to talk about the Browns and stuff, but my thing with Watson, I think the Watson thing personally, it's bogus. I think there might be a story, a incident where I think what happened honestly is there's a girl, a lot of these girls, he's a freaking millionaire. These girls probably, they're massagists, they go there, and they hook up with him, and then it's nothing beyond just that hookup, and they're just trying to extort money out of them. That's really what I honestly think happens with a lot of these guys. That's like, if you ever watch Blue Mountain State talks about a lot of these things. As much as Blue Mountain State is a comedy show, it actually is a live action documentary of the shit that happens in college. Whether it's the dumb rules they have to follow when it comes to like paying players and gifts, that if it's given to the parents, it's okay, or if it's given to the player, it's not. You can't give the player. You can't have a party at the coach's house without the players have to pay $10 just to be there. Stuff like that. You little rules like that, and there's little things like that. And one of them is about like how girls are gonna try to get stuff from you because you're a professional player and you could someday play in the NFL. And I think that happens a lot. So, and I think like I said, this specific story came out right after he said he doesn't want to play for them. If it had came out beforehand, it's different. If it came out way afterwards, different. Do I think we should have gone for dudes have killed people in the league and returned? I would have traded for Watson. I don't disagree with you, but I don't want to trade for someone that can't play right away. Our team is set to kind of, like right now, we're like in this coming year, maybe the next year, win now mode. We got a handful of players on cheaper contracts, and I don't know. Guys have killed people in this league, yeah, and played, but it's not a lot. You're acting like it's like every other player. That's the first thing. Second, these things now are taken a lot more serious than they were 10 years ago. Like, sexual assault allegations are taken way more serious now than they ever were 10 years ago. I don't disagree with you. I think Washington should have traded for him, but if we're going to have to wait 2 years for him to play, that's where I'm having frustrations with it. And he's a top 5 quarterback. But it's just those allegations to me that are the issue, because he's going to get suspended. He's going to get suspended, and the question is for how long. I'm going to answer Garrett's question first. Do you think we should have gone for Jimmy or Baker Mayfield? If we'd have gone any of those two, I'd have gone for Baker Mayfield. I don't like Jimmy Garoppolo. I think he is a bad quarterback. This is also why my opinion of Trey Lance is reinforced consistently, because Jimmy G is not a good quarterback at all. He is consistently a bad quarterback. He just does just enough to not look horrible. I don't like either one. Don't get me wrong, but I have to pick up the two is Baker Mayfield. Jimmy G, this like I said, this plays into my. I've never liked Trey Lance. I don't think he's going to be very good. And you gotta think Trey Lance is so bad he could not beat out Jimmy G for a starting position, and because Jimmy G was bad last year, he wasn't very good at all. I would have taken Baker Mayfield, a healthy Baker Mayfield, not an injured one. And I have really no reason for that, but I said, I did say whenever it was available, like quarterbacks that were available, we traded for. Carson Wentz was one of them. My preference, like if I had to like rank my preferences, Boski, if you saw my video, I have a lot of videos where I said Watson is the priority here. Get Watson. But now I'm looking at it now like as the Browns, they've paid this guy, they've got this guy, and they're just so much uncertainty with when he's going to play, if he's going to play, and I don't know. I just don't know I could deal with that. But I did say he was my number one quarterback option in the offseason. Like he was the number one option because number two was Russell Wilson. Number three to me was Aaron Rodgers was never an option. So number three to me was either Derek Carr. I think it was Derek Carr, and because I think Derek Carr was kind of out there to be Derek Carr was kind of out there to be traded. There was like rumors, and then the fifth option was Carson Wentz, and that's the options I went through when it came to quarterback. Watson will play us this year. Check the schedule. I know you don't know that he might be suspended. I mean, you're not wrong. If he only has an 8-game suspension, he will play the second half of the season. You're not wrong there. Or maybe they're at the point where they don't want to get him injured, and the season's a foregone conclusion for the Browns. Because if he doesn't play, I'm pretty sure they're playing Carson or Case Keenum for most of the season. They may not be in a position where they want to play him. They're just going to wait a year, and he'll come back the next year fully healthy, fully everything. Ron does not have all the leverage because you were talking about Carson Wentz having a no trade clause. Watson had a no trade clause, so Watson had to approve of wherever he went, and that's where we had no leverage because if he's getting first off, you don't know if Ron wanted him because why would we bring a quarterback with sexual assault allegations to a franchise where the owner's having sexual assault allegations? That's just, I don't, like I said, I would have gone for him, but now in hindsight, I'm like, okay, I'm glad I'm not dealing with the stress of, is he even going to play this year or what? So there's a lot of things there. And you said, how about we draft our own quarterback? We tried. We tried a couple times, and it just doesn't work for us. We tried Sam Howell. Sam Howell will be hopefully he's the next one. Watson took the bag, not a location. You're not wrong, but who says we had? I don't know. Who says we had the money? Who says we had the ability to do that? Watson also. You also got to look at this that he might think the Browns is just a better team right now than us, like more talent wise, and they are. They're not more talented. I don't think they're more talented. I think they're as talented as us, but he might view it as that. And he also is going to a franchise that also is not dealing with sexual assault allegations, which means he'd have to answer a lot of questions like, what do you think of the owner having sexual assault allegations against him? He probably had to answer a lot of those questions. So I don't disagree with you. The money had a lot to do with it because they apparently Browns were out of the running, and then another team said they weren't going to give him much money until like certain things happened. Like, oh, we go back to the Browns. Like, hey, if you give it all guaranteed, I'll come there. It's basically what happened. So Ron, what leverage did Ron have? That's the question I have. What leverage did Ron have? He said if Ron has all this leverage, we should have traded for Watson. He didn't have any leverage. Watson got to pick whatever. See, where the leverage came in, that's why Wentz was the leverage, because we had leverage, a little bit of leverage in the Wentz trade. But we were able to trade, and we were wanting to trade, and we were willing to give up 2 picks. That's where our leverage came in. Okay, we thought we were bidding against someone else. The bag. What bag? You keep saying the bag. Like I know what the bag means. It means the money. That's not leverage. Okay? If let's say that we offer the same contract that the Browns offer, and he views the Browns as a better roster. Okay, let's look at the Browns. Their offensive line's top 10. Defensive line's top 10. The receiving core, at the time they had Jarvis Landry. They don't have him now. They have Amari Cooper. They have two good running backs in Kareem Hunt and Chubb. Their defense across the board is solid. So he might view that as a better situation. And they don't have an owner with sexual assault allegations. So we don't know. We don't know that. I mean, we're speculating as to why. But money, everyone has the money. Everyone has a way to make the money work. For all you know, they offered that. He didn't want to come. That's not the leverage you're talking about. That's leverage for the Texans. I'll agree with you there. But that's not leverage for Ron. Watson had a no-trade clause. He has to pick his location. So if everywhere you can go is going to pay you the same amount of money, then you're going to pick other things. You're going to pick, okay, not a big media place. I can go to Cleveland. Okay, Washington's a huge media place. I'm going to have to deal with a lot of questions from the media consistently about my legal issues or my civil suits. Okay, there's other things beyond that. There's no leverage, like I said, my footage. Like I said, there's no leverage that Ron had in this. You're not wrong about capital. If like with Wentz, he has a little bit of leverage. I didn't say Ron's a great coach. I said Ron's a good coach. Okay, so Ron, but you're putting words in my mouth. Please don't. Okay, I never said Ron was a great coach. I said he's an above average and he's above average to good coach. Okay. That's what I said. And also he's going to a team where the coach is actually offensive oriented as well. So that's another factor. Okay, and you act like Ron brokered this deal. Ron has the Martys, and Martin and Marty, that are now the GMs technically. So Ron doesn't do all the brokering of deals anymore and signing of players. When he was just a GM, I would give you that credit that he's probably brokering this deal. And I would assume Ron also doesn't want to deal with that. I mean, he cut Darius Geis for the legal issues he had, and he didn't want Darius Geis on his team in general. He had him off the board in Carolina, so maybe Ron doesn't want to deal with that either. You got to factor that in as well. Okay, and again, I never said once that Ron was a great coach. I said Ron was an above average to good coach. That was the words that came out of my mouth. And again, whenever anyone has a no trade clause, they pick where they go. Okay, and that's kind of the thing. Again, you're putting words in my mouth, dude. I said it's a factor. I never said it was the only reason. That obviously isn't true. We got Curtis Samuel, okay, in free agency. We got J.D. McKissic to come back, so that's not true. I'm just saying that's a factor. If you have an offensive-minded coach, whenever you're going out there, your offensive-minded coach that's the person you're working with in the offense. As much as I like Ron is not going to be in the offensive room working with him. You're going to have a second-year offensive coordinator in Scott Turner, compared to Kevin Stefanski, is that his name? Who, I don't know, he might have been an offense coordinator for years, and now he's a head coach of the last, not this year, not the 2021 season, but 2020 season. The offense was very good under him. So it's definitely a factor. But I never said that Ron can't get offensive players. You're hearing what you want, Boski. You're hearing what you want to hear, bro. You're not hearing everything I'm saying. Okay, Watson picks where he comes. Okay, it doesn't matter. Everyone has money they can spend, but Watson decides where he comes. And there's other factors, just like there's other factors that factor into free agents signing here, other than just Ron is a good coach. Okay, the owner matters because you have to answer questions from the media all the time about the owner. It's distractions that you don't want to deal with. You just want to play football. Okay, Cleveland is a much like Russell who? Like Russell Westbrook? Like Russell Wilson? I don't know who you're talking about here. You're not being specific. I'd assume Russell Wilson, we're talking about football, but there's more than one Russell. There was a Russell Westbrook in D.C., and Russell Westbrook in D.C. didn't work out well because he was having issues here. So, like, I'm talking about media and stuff, and you bring up Russell Westbrook, who was here. So there was more than one Russell. Okay, Just add the extra word Russell Wilson, or just say like Wilson or whatever. But if I'm talking like Russell Wilson, okay, you need to be more specific. I've said a lot of things, and you're throwing a question in the middle of me saying like 9 things. So I don't know if you know this or not, but when I'm seeing these, they're a little bit delayed from what I'm saying on here. So I don't know when it's included. Russell Wilson didn't want to come to Washington for a lot of reasons. If that's what you're talking about, Russell Wilson had a no trade clause. That's the first thing. So he decided where he went. He has a wife named Sierra who wants to stay on the West Coast. Yes, but we're talking DC media. That's part of it. Okay. Russell Wilson wants to stay on the West Coast because his wife's job. Okay. He wants to stay on the West Coast because that's where his family is. You have a lot of factors in there. So, and there wasn't a lot of teams on the West Coast that had availability at quarterback. He plays for the Seahawks. You're not going to go to the Rams. They already have a quarterback. You're already not going to go to the 49ers. The Seahawks aren't going to trade him within the division. They're afraid of him. They don't want him to come back and beat their ass. You're not going to trade him to the the Arizona Cardinals because their quarterback. Denver is it's west, dude. They're in the Western time zone. They're in the West time zone. Or they're right next to it. They're as close west as you're going to get compared to any other team east of them. The closest west as you're going to get. It's a 3-hour flight from Colorado to LA, or 4-hour flight, I think is what it is. So I think it's like a 2.5-hour flight from Vegas to LA. So she's close to the west coast. Okay. Anyway, so the other teams in the west that you have an option for, Russell went to the hardest division, bro. Yeah, because there was another option for quarterback of a West Coast team. That's why I'm saying there's no other West Coast teams he could have gone to. So either he goes against his wife's wishes, his family's wishes, and goes back east, which is not what he wanted to do, or he goes to the next closest thing, the only team that was available that needed a quarterback, Broncos. And they have a good team. The Broncos had a very good team. Good receivers, good tight ends. The defense is solid. The offensive line's okay. Decent running back. Everything about that team was pretty solid. So it didn't not add up for him to go there. It added up for him to go there. I don't care if he's from Richmond. I don't care if he's from Richmond, dude. He's lived in the West Coast since he got out of college. He's been there for 10 years. Sierra is not from Richmond. I know where he's from. I know where he played college. I know where he first played college and he transferred. I don't know why I don't know why you're bringing that up. I don't know why you brought Russell Wilson to begin with, because again, he has a no trade clause. I know where he went to school, NC State. Okay, I don't know why you're bringing up Russell Wilson. He has a no trade clause. And when you have a no trade clause, you have almost zero leverage. The player has all the leverage in a no trade clause for the team you're trading from. The player picks the team, and the team he picks basically has to offer up enough for the other team to be like, okay, that's good enough for us. I don't care if she's from Georgia. She doesn't live in Georgia. They haven't lived in Georgia for 20 years. It doesn't matter. Does anyone have a question about football or about the Washington team? Alright, so getting near the end of this. Another linebacker. So one I was looking at, there's one from Buffalo. I don't know them off the top of my head right now. I can look it up on my tablet and just point out some that are available in free agency. Give me 1 second. I do know some that were available. I did a video on it earlier, last month. NFL free agent tracker. I'll bring it up. Give me 1 second. I'll get a list. I know one that I like is KJ Wright. Um, but right now, it's kind of slim pickings. What I think Washington's going to do. What I think Washington's going to do right now is I think Washington's going to wait for someone to get cut and sign them last minute. Okay, so status available. Position. Alright, so I'm bringing up a list. Alright, so one is, the one good one out there is Joe Schubert. Played for Pittsburgh last year. He's 28 years old, so we can probably get some years out of him. Like I said, KJ Wright, he's only 30. AJ Klein is a good option as well. Like I said, I'm sorry, KJ Wright's 32, not 30. AJ Klein is 30. So it's probably the best bet. Ben Neiman is not a bad option either. It's just Juan Alexander is another one. There's just not a lot of great, like if you're looking for like super like cheap options or super like good options, there's not a lot available. They'd be on teams already. The best available like player we could have gotten was Tyrann Mathieu, and then just restructure Landon Collins to play an outside linebacker position. That would have been the best option for him. I mean, it's probably going to happen. So let's hope what's we can either complain about it or what's the solution. The solution is we had to make a choice this year. Draft more offensive players so that Carson Wentz and whoever our next quarterback is, which is probably going to be, it's probably going to be Samuel Howell, has a lot of weapons whenever they take over. So Carson Wentz could have a lot of weapons this year, and Samuel Howell will take over next year. And next year, we're probably going to put a Band-Aid on the linebacker position. And next year, we're probably going to draft a linebacker. That'd be my educated guess. I still say Joe Schubert or KJ Wright, maybe Anthony Hitchens. It's possible. Dante Hightower is a little aged for me. A little up there in age. Anthony Barr's not bad. There's options out there to fill the role of linebacker. The problem is, what teams do to attack linebackers now is just so much different than it used to be. That's kind of the problem. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Solution is our top defensive coaches are former linebackers. Yeah. I think Cole Holcomb can be a middle linebacker. I think he can play the role. But here's where like the tricky part comes in with Cole Holcomb. And this is what Ron has been alluding to. Is I think Cole can play the position, but I think Ron has his heart set on whoever plays middle linebacker, straight up just being able to be the field general. That's what he wants. So it's either you're field general and you're playing middle linebacker, or you're not playing middle linebacker. You have to be both. You can't be one or the other. So I think that's kind of the way Ron views it. And I don't know if Cole Holcomb recognizes the other team's like defenses and their like the plays as much as well as John Bostic did. Like, I don't like John Bostic, but like I said, the one thing John Bostic did well is he recognized plays. He had people into the right position before pre-snap, better than anyone else, and that's why Ron gave him praise for solely that reason. So I think Cole Holcomb can physically play the position. The question is, I think Ron wants the middle linebacker to also be the field general or whatever. He might have done that, but the last couple weeks he's been talking about him as middle linebacker. The biggest thing I just want like us as fans to do is okay, are we gonna point out problems, or are we gonna try to point out solutions? Like everyone says, like the thing out there with D'Angelo Hall saying Ron is below average coach. Okay, what other coach out there can you go fucking get right now? That's what gets me. Like, there's a lot of people that are great. There's a lot of people in the world that are great problem pointer outers, and not solution finders. What coach can Washington go out and get right now that is going to do a better job than Ron Rivera has done right now in 2 years? I don't know. I don't recall Ron actually ever saying anything bad about Cole Holcomb as a linebacker. I don't recall that. So I don't know what you're like. I don't recall that. I know Ron has said that they've been liking the idea of him playing middle linebacker and basically moving Jamin Davis to an outside linebacker role. I don't recall. He might have done it, but I don't recall it. So I can't comment on something I haven't heard. Okay. He also said Taylor Heinicke had X, Y, and Z good, so Taylor Heinicke should start now. Ron can change his mind after he reviews some things. He might have said, do my research. Okay. I've done my I pointed out a bunch of things, and oh boy. Yeah, that's not my concern. Cole Holcomb is a fine middle linebacker. If Ron doesn't think so, that's on him. Then he can cut him. But he obviously hasn't cut him, so he's good enough. He's cut other players, so that's just my response to that. I do not. Well, how else do you say something other than verbally? And no, I've not watched Tress Way's videos with the other players. You also need to, okay, Boski, I'm going to say this. You need to make your mind. Do you not like Ron, or do you like Ron? You can't in one breath say Ron sucks as a coach and he's this, this, and this. Then in the next breath, use his words as credible sources. So if you don't like him and he says Cole Holcomb sucks, well, if you think he's a sucky coach, then why does it matter what he says because he's a sucky coach? So which one is it? Okay? Because just like me, I don't recall him saying that, and I've heard him in other instances say that Cole Holcomb is a very good linebacker, and they're toying with the idea of him playing middle linebacker. That was said too. He said both. So which one is it? He's straight up said verbally, just as you proclaimed, that's how you say things, verbally, that Cole Holcomb plays good middle linebacker, and they've toyed with him as the idea of him playing middle linebacker. That has been said as well. He might have been ripping for Cole in one game. You might be referring to one game where he played bad. But you can't have it both ways. You can't say Ron's a horrible below average coach who doesn't evolve, and then in the other season ends on said it on Team 98. Yeah, he might have said that. That was months ago, and in the last 3 months he's done multiple interviews since our name's been revealed, and he said it multiple times that Cole Holcomb is a solid linebacker, and they're trying him out at middle linebacker. Okay, Ron talks a lot, so therefore he's going to say things, and sometimes they contradict each other. Point is, Cole Holcomb will be starting week 1, and and obviously he isn't bad enough to the point where we had to go out of our way to draft someone to replace him, or go out of our way in free agency to sign anyone to replace him because Cole Holcomb is so bad. So you gotta don't listen to what they say, but see what they do. And what they're doing, what games have played after season end. I didn't say any games were played after season end. When did I say that? The season ended in January. The beginning of January is when the season ended. And since our name's been revealed, he's had plenty of press conferences. That's what I said. In plenty of press conferences, he said that. And now here's the thing I'm going to tell you that like Mitch Chandler used to say. Don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Ron is giving lip service to whoever wants to hear it. Okay, and if he's saying, if he says in one side of his mouth, if he says that in one side of his mouth, just like Landon, what you need to be more specific in your questions, dude. I'm saying a lot of things, and your questions come through not in the middle of the throes of things. Okay, please be more specific in your questions, just like Landon. What? Okay, don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. If he's saying all these things, or he said one time about Cole Holcomb, okay, and if he said he was like a bad linebacker or whatever, why isn't he going out of his way to replace him? Okay, do you think Ron really thought Heineke was a great quarterback? So great he had to go out of his way to trade away 2 third-round picks and what some people call, not me, but some people call a desperation move to go get Carson Wentz? Don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. Actions speak louder than words. What does that have to do with middle linebacker? And most of the season, or at least half the season, Landon Collins wasn't playing a safety position. He was playing more of a linebacker position. What does that have to do with Cole Holcomb? I think Cameron Curl. I think Curl's been playing great since we got him. I think I like to see him take that next step. I think honestly, Washington got a steal in the draft, and everyone who was wanting us to go get, I wanted Tyrann Mathieu, but initially, since we drafted, I'm just gonna stop answering his question. He's not gonna lay out a whole question. He's not gonna answer it. So to answer your question, Garrett, do you think Curl will help this team this year? Yeah, I do. I think he's helped the team every year. He's been great. I think he's been statistically like a top 10 safety consistently. He was I think he was a top 2 safety. In some categories his rookie year. Last year was still pretty good. I think we got a gem in the draft this year in Butler. I think Ron recognized some things that in Butler that we're definitely going to need. So I think that's the. Jesus Christ. That's not true. Ron drafted Cameron Curl. It was the same draft as Chase Young. Okay? Ron drafted Cameron Curl. 100%. You need to do your research. Okay. So, so Cameron Curl, I think they're gonna have a good 1-2 punch, and we're gonna have a good young safety or good young core, good young safety duo. And I think you're gonna have McCain is a little bit of veteran leadership in that, and you're also gonna have a little bit of mixture also with Derek Forrester. We drafted him last year. I think he'll mix into that as well. So I think the safety position, like corner position, I think those positions are fine. But Cameron Curl, I think, will be helped. What's the guy that went to Atlanta? Be more specific. A lot of guys go to Atlanta. If it's a scouting guy, I don't remember his name. I know who you're talking about, but he did not draft him. Ron fired him long before the draft. Cameron Curl was drafted by Ron Rivera. They got rid of him long. He might have helped a little bit with the draft, but Ron decided to pick Cameron Curl in the draft. I know who you're talking about. It's the draft guy. I can't think of his name right now. It's not Kevin O'Connell. He's coaches for the Vikings now. I don't know. I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name because he got rid of it over. He chose someone else to be his. I think people wanted him to be elevated to the GM. I know who you're talking about. But no, Ron made that decision. It wasn't anyone else. He might have done a lot of scouting and things like that, but it was Ron's decision. Don't take just because you don't like Ron, don't remove a decision that he made and discredit it by giving it to someone else. I got about 20 more minutes and I'm going to wrap this up. So get your questions in while you can. Good questions. My favorite position. I played tight end in high school, and defensive end in high school, and I played defensive end in college. But my favorite position to play, I'd say line. Probably defensive end. That's what I played. Now, what do I think Washington's best position is right now? Still, I think it's still defensive line. That's where the most draft picks have come from. I'm really excited about our receiving core. I think it's up there. Um, I think it's got some definite potential with a good quarterback. Um, so that's why I think our my favorite position, the best position on our team right now um, is our defensive line still. Um, that's why the defense wasn't as good as it could have been because our defensive line wasn't as good as it could have been last year. It's a big factor. It's definitely super important to to have our defensive line be up to snuff next year for the rest of our defense to be successful and the rest of our team to be successful. Defense gets stops, offense gets the ball in better positions, and are not pressured to have to throw the ball 100 times a game. That's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest things with our defense. Any more questions, guys? It is 1 in the morning. I don't care if is the Kyle Smith picked a lot of guys that sucked. You want me to go through the list of all the guys that he picked that sucked? Okay, Josh Dotson. That's one. I'm going to go through another one. Darius Geis. That's another one. Let me keep going. I mean, seriously, don't discredit the fact that Ron takes a guy. You act like that Ron has no part in the development of Cameron Curl. That he's just exactly what it was when he was seen, drafted, and everything done by Kyle Smith. You're discrediting everything Ron's done since then. Ron still made the decision to say, yeah, let's go get that guy. I trust your judgment. It's still Ron's judgment in saying, yeah, let's go get that guy. Have a watched any of the USFL? Absolutely. Sanua Cravens, that's another one that Kyle Smith drafted. Matt did not. That's not true. That is 100% not true. 100% not true. Kyle Smith's been choosing players on his team for since Matt McClure left, and Matt McClure was gone before that. That's not true. Not true. To the answer to the question, Garrett, have you watched any of the USFL? I've watched plenty of the USFL. And I really do enjoy the USFL. I was actually watching a little bit of it tonight. I went out to dinner with a friend, a coworker actually. Next question, please. So USFL, one of the different rules that they have is if you throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage and it's caught, it can still be thrown again. As long as the ball is behind the line of scrimmage, you can throw it as many times as you want until it passes the line of scrimmage. That's one of the rules that they have that I'm aware of. I don't. Beyond that, I don't think there's that many actual rules different in the NFL. No, your questions are fine. Your questions are fine. I'm just looking this up to see. He's trying to say that in any way, shape, or form, he's trying to discredit Ron Rivera because I guess Boski hates him so much. And every time he gets a chance, he's trying to discredit any decision Ron has made by someone else's decision. Ron sucks, even though our owner sucks, so somehow it's Ron's fault. And he keeps cycling it back to Ron not being a good coach and how bad a coach he is. So everything he says, he's talking about how Kyle Smith basically picked all the great players that Washington has now, which is not true. I can just pick through a bunch that were definitely. I'm looking up it. Scott McLaurin was fired during 2016, so I don't know if it was his draft or not. It's a gray area there. But I can look up and see Fabian Renaud didn't pan out, not a great player. Samaje Perine didn't pan out. Monte Nicholson didn't pan out. Jeremy Sprinkle was a dud and a half. Jay Shirley, I'll give him that credit. Robert Davis was nothing. Josh Harvey Clemens was nothing. Joshua Halsey was nothing. That's just 2017. I'm going to go to another year. Give me 1 second. Since we're going to go through every draft pick and scrutinize one person and not another one. Jerron Payne was good. Darius Geis was 100% drafted by Kevin Smith. Jerron Christensen drafted by Kevin Smith. Torrey Apke drafted by Kevin Smith. Or whatever his name is. Tim Settle was drafted. He was okay. Shondell Hamilton was nothing. Greg Stroman was nothing. Trey Quinn was nothing. So let's go to the next year. Let's keep going with this. Since we want to take all the accolades away from Ron Rivera, and we'll look at his picks and how they've turned out. I'll worry about the Dallas games too. Washington 2019 draft analysis, every pick. I'll worry about the Dallas games as well. Dallas games were always a good game. They're always a good rivalry. I hate the fact that we're no longer actually a rivalry in a sense, that the name. Stuff like that, so. Alright, so 2019 draft picks. Dwayne Haskins. Great one by Kevin Smith. Montez Sweat wasn't bad. Terry McLaurin wasn't bad. Bryce Love was nothing. Wes Martin was nothing. I'm sorry, Wes Martin. Ross Pierce-Brocker was nothing. Cole Holcomb was okay. Kelvin Harmon didn't pan out. He got cut after 1 year. Jimmy Moreland didn't pan out. Got cut after 1 year. Jordan Belford, defensive end. I think he might actually still kind of be on the team. I'm not sure. But yeah, none of these picks are actually really sticking for someone who is so great as Kevin Smith. Or Kyle Smith, or whatever the hell his name is. Sorry. Let me look and see all the stuff that Ron's drafted and how they've panned out. I mean, we're not going to know for a couple more years. That's still a thing. Yeah, I do think it's Deron Payne's last year with us. There's a possibility that Washington might franchise tag him. It depends on how much the franchise tag would be. I would say that would be a viable possibility, that Washington can franchise tag him, but I don't think Washington will re-sign him. I think Ron is understanding that he can't allocate much money and resources into one side of the ball or one position. So again, it rolls back to the whole not signing James Bradberry. So yeah, Chase Young, Gibson actually panned out pretty well. Shadiq Charles still on the team. Tony Gandy Golden technically still on the team. He's converting to tight end. Keith Ishmael. He's technically still on the team. Cleek Hudson. Cameron Curl, again drafted under Ron Rivera. And James Smith-Williams. So yeah, all these guys are still on the team. Now we won't know for a couple more years whether they're still any good. But yeah. Alright. Yeah, I don't think Deron Payne will be with us after this year. There's a reason why we drafted Ferdarian Mathis. There's a reason why I predicted we'd draft Ferdarian Mathis. Because we're going to have to replace him. And if we wait till next year, I think we know now what Ferdarian Mathis is, and we're not quite sure exactly everything that's going to come out in the draft next year. And he fell to us in a very good spot. We grabbed him at exactly where I thought we would. If you watch my mock draft, I didn't have everything exactly right. I'm not going to claim that. I'm not even going to try to claim that. But what I did have is pretty much all the things that I thought Ron would want to draft and want to get were in my mock draft. One way or another, we got the same positions, might have been in different spots. But one that I got dead on was Ferdarian Mathis. I thought Washington was going to get a defensive tackle, a decent defensive tackle from Alabama in the same spot. He can basically do all the things Deron Payne does for a fraction of what Deron Payne would cost if we tried to keep him. I think, like I said, Ron is figuring out what he has to keep long term. What he has to keep long term is players like Chase Young, cornerstone pieces. Deron Payne, as much as I like him, not a cornerstone piece. I actually think it wasn't Washington's first choice when it came to him. We drafted Deron Payne. I thought Washington was going to, at that draft pick, I had Washington picking Vita Vea. But the Buccaneers were a pick ahead of us and took him. So I think that was one. Vita Vea was 1A for us, and Deron Payne was 1B. So we took the best available defensive tackle, whichever one it would have been, we would have taken. I think Vita Vea would have been better. I think he still is better. Is there any O-lineman positions we need right now? I don't think we do. We have a solid right tackle in Samuel Cosby. Solid right guard, and I can't think of his name right now. The Turner, the kid we got from the guy we signed from Pittsburgh, played for what's his name in the past. And then we have our center Chase Rollier, who's one of the best finds we've had in years. Solid center, top 10 center every year. Left guard was Norwell, and left tackle is it Cornelius Lucas? Not Cornelius. Charles Leno. There we go. Cornelius Lucas and we have good backups. Cornelius Lucas is a good swing tackle. He can play either left or right. We have good backups. Payne was a bad selection. I don't think Payne was a bad selection. I don't think he was our first option. I think he is exactly what we needed. We went defensive tackle, which the year before, and then we got defensive tackle next year. I think Deron Payne was a perfectly fine decision. I like the decision. He's a good player. He's been good for us. I think Vita Vea was better. Over Derwin James. That's what we needed, was a defensive tackle. We had 3 straight years where we kept having whatever defensive tackle we got in free agency, whether it was Phil Taylor, whether it was like whoever else we'd signed, kept getting injured. Like, there's a reason why Matt Ioannidis got good at doing some things, because he had trial by fire. He was a defensive end in a 3-4 defensive end playing nose tackle. There's a reason why he grew in leaps and bounds so quick, and then once the scheme changed and his skill set didn't fit, that's why they basically didn't re-sign him. They cut him. his skill set wasn't fitting the scheme because it no longer was needed. Just tuned in. I say 8-9. Wentz is the head case. I thought the offseason was a bust. They're going to screw up Terry and Chase is a bust. To answer all your questions, my prediction for the team this year is 9.5 wins. I think they're going to get. I think the floor is 10. I think definitely they're going to have a winning season. I think the floor is 10. I know that he's a safety, but we needed D-line at the time. We didn't need a safety. I told you. I just explained that, dude. Like, Boski. I just explained it. Okay? At the time, we had consistently been having issues where we were getting defensive tackles injured, and so our defensive tackles we had to continuously play defensive ends at defensive tackle. So we had to draft one, a good, young, healthy one. Who was our safety then? I don't know who our safety was then. But Jerron Payne was perfectly fine with what we needed. And Jonathan Allen had an injury-riddled rookie season. Okay, so that is why we needed it. That's exactly what I thought we needed. Vita Vea would have been a slightly better pick, but I'm perfectly fine with what we got there, yes. So to answer, Scott, your question, I have Washington going, if you're looking at this, you see my schedule up front. They're going to go 3-1 in the first 4 games. They're going to go 2-2 in the next 4 games. That puts us at 5-3. We're going to split weeks 9 and 10. We're going to win 1 and lose 1. So that puts us at 6-4. And then I think we're going to rattle off 4 in a row. In your opinion, Boski, we're going to rattle off 4 in a row. So we're going to get that's going to get us to 9 wins. Okay, or 10 wins. And then we're going to at least win 1 of the last 3 games. That gets us to 11. That's my prediction. Potentially as high as 12, maybe 13. But I think our floor is 10. Like I said, I think we win the first 2 games. We split against Eagles and Cowboys. We win 2 of the next 4 games. If I have to pick, I think we lose the Titans and Green Bay. We beat the Chicago Bears, and we beat the Colts. And then we go split against the Vikings. We split against the Vikings and against the Eagles. So that puts us at that point we're at 6-4. We're going to rattle off 3 wins right before our bye. Our bye is week 14, so we're going to beat the Texans, the Falcons, and the New York Giants. Going to have our bye week. We're going to go in. We might be having a 4-game. Okay, I'm just not going to answer any more questions from them. He asked me who I thought was better, and I said for what we needed, Jerron Payne was better. It's a very straightforward question. So we're at 6-4 before week 11. We're going to rattle off 4 games in a row, 4 games in a row, maybe 5. We might actually lose to the Vikings and beat the Eagles. Funny thing about Viking fans, 4 of my best friends are Vikings fans actually. My friend Ricky, my friend James, my friend Brad, and my friend Brian. So I have 4, and we're not even from Minnesota. We're not even close to Minnesota. I don't know. I know why 2 of them are Minnesota fans. Well, 3 of them. One's from Minnesota, so that's one. I worked with him when I lived in Philly. He is a Minnesota fan, and I have my 2 best friends growing up, Ricky and Brad, are both Viking fans because they both are big fans of Randy Moss. And then my other friend, he's not one of my best friends, but he's still a friend. Brian, his name Brian. I don't know why he's a Viking fan. Maybe it's the beards. I don't know. So, I thought the offseason was a bust. To answer your question, Scott, so that's what I think Washington's going to be. They're going to get 10 wins minimum, and they could rattle off. There could be a 5-game winning streak in here with that bye week in between it, depending on when they win. And there's a couple of those games they could still win. They could beat There's nothing on this schedule they can't win. Okay, we actually Washington has a good track record against Green Bay, and we have a good track record against the Minnesota Vikings. So that's definitely up there. And I thought the offseason was a bust. I don't. We got a franchise quarterback. I know you don't like Carson Wentz, but we got a franchise quarterback in my opinion. Or at least a franchise caliber quarterback at the very least. He's a 1-year placeholder for Samuel Howell to get up to par, and we've loaded up the offense. And here's where I think that, it's gonna. You think the offseason is a bust? I don't. I think Washington loaded up the offense pretty well. They got Jahan Dotson in the draft. Curtis Samuel's coming back from injury. I hope we don't screw up the Terry thing, but we still have Terry McLaurin. We drafted a pretty good tight end, another good running back. Offensive line got short up again. And like I said, we added Carson Wentz. And whether you think Carson Wentz is the head case or not, if we get the stats he got last year, 27 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, we win a lot of the games we had last year. We had a tough schedule last year, and we still won 7, and we had 5 games where we were winnable. Let's just say that. They were winnable games. We lost by, before when we lost by a touchdown or less. So they're definitely winnable games. And with a better quarterback, we have a chance at those games. So I don't think the offseason was a bust. We added a lot of talent to the offense. We shored up the quarterback position, which we haven't had really clarity in that in a long time. And then Chase is a bust. And I don't think Chase is a bust. I just think he had a bad year. I hope that the reason I explained earlier the reason why I think he had a bad year. And he only had 2.5 sacks, and he's supposed to have double-digit sacks. That's part of it. So next question: do you think we will win the division this year? I don't see how any other teams have gotten much better. So we can all just agree the role of the Giants for winning the division. Okay, Giants are a hot mess as long as they have Daniel Jones and as long as they're doing the QB the coaching carousel. They're not adding great talent. They added great receiving talent last year for this young quarterback they're trying to build around, and it didn't help them at all whatsoever. You know what? Tell that to Boski. He thinks it's all Ron Rivera, not Dan. I agree with you that Dan is kind of the issue, but yeah. So I don't think the Giants are going to win it. So let's roll the Giants out. I don't think Dallas got any better. I think they got actually a lot worse. Dallas significantly got worse. They didn't sign anyone big in free agency, at least not to my knowledge. They might have re-signed someone. I think you got that one. I think they did re-sign someone, but they didn't sign anyone big in free agency. They lost a lot of good players. Lost a couple offensive linemen, all-pro offensive linemen, some good ones. They lost Amari Cooper. So Mark Cooper's no longer on their team. So that's an offensive weapon they've lost. I think Ezekiel is just another year older. And then, what else? They lost some big players on the defensive line. I think one was Randy Gregory. Yeah, so I don't see how Dallas got better and still have Mike McCarthy as their coach. And I don't think he's a good coach. I think Ron's the best coach in this division. I really do. Seriously, Ron, the worst coach to ever win a Super Bowl is Mike McCarthy. Name me one worse. Name me a worse coach to win the Super Bowl. Seriously, Mike McCarthy is the worst coach to win the Super Bowl. Okay, he is. He got by last year on the fact that his team was very talented and the rest of the division wasn't very talented. Washington's playing with the backup quarterback. The Eagles were a sneak attack, and I'll get to them in a second. And Giants was just a hot mess. From the coach being like coaching like he's coaching like a JV team in high school or something. But yeah, so I think honestly the only team I'd say that's actually gotten any better is the Eagles. Now here's the thing about the Eagles. I believe the Eagles last year were a sneak attack. They're kind of like we were 2 years ago, where like last year. Here's what happened last year. Last year after we won the division, last year's offseason, like this time last year, everyone's talking up and jerking off about our defense. And talked it up, and I think our players got a fool of themselves. They listened to the headlines, and two main players, Sweat and Chase, Montez Sweat and Chase, Young, were chasing sacks rather than playing disciplined. And we regressed, and we're going to progress back to the mean, so we're going to be a much better defense this year. I think the Eagles were a sneak attack. They were such a surprise to people. People thought the Eagles were going to be really bad. They came off having the worst offensive line in the league to having a pretty decent one. It's very good at running the football. Jalen Hurts, there's not really a lot of game film on him to really find ways to beat him. And that team was only 9 wins, and they barely won 9 wins. They barely beat us twice, and one time we had so many guys out with COVID, and we played with Garrett Gilbert. Okay, so I don't want to hear from people that how great the Eagles are going to become. They were a sneak attack last year. No one was expecting it, and they won 9 games. Now everyone's going to be expecting the running game they have. Everyone's going to be expecting everything they have coming this way. It's not going to be a sneak attack this year. No one's going to be sleeping on the Eagles. So we'll see. It's just like with us. No one slept on Washington this year. Everyone prepared fully for Washington, so you didn't have an undefeated Pittsburgh on a Tuesday night get beat by Washington because they weren't prepared for Washington to take us seriously. Last year, everyone took us seriously, and we still won 7 games, and we'll see if the Eagles do the same thing. So that's why I think we have the best coach. When healthy, Dak Prescott is probably the best quarterback in this league, in this division. We also, like, running back wise, who would I say has the best running back? I think we have the second best running back core. I would get Dallas the edge. Tony Pollard and Zeke Elliott definitely have a little bit of an edge on the running game. Offensive line, we had a top 10 offensive line last year. So I think we're going to be fine there. Receiving core, I argue anyone to tell me that that anyone in our division has a better receiving core now. Maybe Dallas is on par with us, but no one has a better one than us right now. If we're healthy, it's going to be very dangerous for everyone. So I don't see how anyone is like drastically better than us. Now that everyone's seen Jalen Hurts, I think Jalen Hurts is going to regress. I think he's going to regress. We're going to find a way to stop him. We're going to box him in, and there will be someone will find a way, and everyone will mimic it. That's basically what's going to happen. It's the same thing happened with Washington when we had RG3, and no one could figure out the read option stuff, and then the next year it basically the kibosh got put on it, and it was no longer effective. So it'll be found. It'll be figured out. Okay? They're not as good as you think. It's just sneak attack, and we face them under like weird, excruciatingly dumb circumstances is the best way to put it. So we get our asses whipped every year when we talk shit about this division. Everyone in this division talks shit about everyone else in this division. So I don't see how it's no different. So, all right, guys, got about 5 minutes. We'll go to 140, and then I'm gotta tap out here. It is. I don't know where it is, what time it is where you're at, but 140 is my. It's 140 here. Yeah, to answer your question, I think we can win the division. We do have the easiest schedule in the league. Us and Dallas have the 2 easiest schedules in the league. What do you think the Eagles getting Brown? I mean, I think it's a factor. It's definitely a factor. It's not like you draft someone or sign someone that can't be a factor. It's like last year, Curtis Samuel. The rest of the division was shaking in their boots when we got Curtis Samuel. Because Terry and Curtis on the same field at the same time was very scary. Now, as an insurance policy, we had Jahan Dotson. So that's what the value of that adds is now you can't key on Devontae Smith. I think them getting him was a smart move on their part. And so here's how much the Eagles truly believe in their quarterback. They're hanging on to draft picks to draft a quarterback next year if Jalen Hurts doesn't play extremely well this year. Like that's how much faith they have in their quarterback. And that's just the truth of the matter. That's why they've hung on. Instead of like using all these picks that they've accumulated to draft players this year to help him out, instead they're holding on to those picks for next year to draft a quarterback just in case he's not a good quarterback. That just shows how little faith they have in him. Because I think outside of him helping in the run game, I don't see how he has too much value. He doesn't have too much value to me. He's not a great quarterback, is what I'm trying to say. He's an okay quarterback, and he definitely has value because he has a threat to run, and that really opens. It really opens up the running game when he does that. So He definitely has value and is definitely like a way you can win with him. And the Eagles have like did that last year, but there's also that's not a winning formula in the NFL consistently. You're gonna get yourself hurt. You're gonna get the quarterbacks aren't made to take hits, and Jalen Hurts isn't very big. There's just a formula for winning in the NFL consistently. As much as things evolve, things stay the same. You got to be able to throw the football. You got to be able to keep your quarterback on the field and upright. And the more they're taking hits, the more likely they're to get injured. It's just like if you're standing in the pocket taking a sack, you're getting hit. There's likelihood of you getting injured. If you're running around and taking hits on the run, you're more likely to get injured. So I think there's a balance. What about a new stadium location? Where would you think we should go? I don't know if there's room for this. Where I think it should go. I'm going to slide over this way just a second. No, that didn't work. Where I personally think the stadium should go is if you know where MGM Studios is across like National Harbor, it should be across from MGM Studios. I would like it to where you can go to MGM and the stadium's right across from it somehow. If you can somehow get the land to do it, and you literally can just walk across from MGM, go to MGM, have a beer, go gamble a little bit. It's 12:30. Game starts at 1. Let's walk on over and get to our seats. I would love to see that. I think you can develop a lot of good things around that. That's where I would say. RFK, I think, is just gone. It's not gonna happen. It's historical land, I think, at this point. So I don't think that's happening. I think you got to get it closer to Virginia. There's also possible it could go in Loudoun County, but I think the best possible solution is to put it somewhere around MGM Casino. All right, so I got 3 minutes. Get your last questions in. I'll answer them, then we're done. So that's where I would put it. So have a good one, Scott. Got any more questions? Get them in now. Forever hold your peace. All right, so while I'm waiting for these last questions to come through, if there are any, just want to let everyone know if you can please subscribe, share my channel to your friends on Twitter, Facebook, or whatever. I'm trying to get this channel up to 1,000 views or 1,000 subscribers by the time the season starts. And if you could follow me on Instagram or Twitter, it's Commander J Plank. Do you think we will ever have a Super Bowl run in the near future? I think in the next 4 or 5 years, Washington will win at least one. Or at least, I think in the next 3 or 4 years we'll get to one. I think in the next 5 years we'll probably win one. I think for a long time, and this does not make me a conspiracy theorist here. I think for a long time, there's actually been some emphasis on things in the league. I think the league was wanting Washington to change the name because it was bad for business, quote unquote. But they could never really force Washington to do it because they just couldn't do it. So I think that we've gotten some pretty rough deals in officiating. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say like a conspiracy or anything, but I really do think that there's been something that's influenced our the officiating some games. So I think that's hurt us in a little bit. There's some examples I can think of that are just blatant, that were just not called. So I think that's definitely a part of it. And yeah, so I think now the name's changed. I think they're gonna tone that back, and we're gonna get a little bit more fair officiating. Yeah. So. All right, it is 1:40. I'm going to call it. So I want to appreciate everyone for watching and stopping by to check out the video. Even if you disagree with the things I said and we were going back and forth, I do appreciate everyone watching. So everyone hail to the Washington Commanders, and have a good one.